I don't mean to like oversell this stream, but I'm really excited about it. The iPhone's working again. I don't know what was going on last time, but I actually need to switch models. This one is not configured for the iPhone. So it kind of gets its mouth stuck open. Yeah, this is better. As I said that, and the mouth immediately got stuck open. I can tell you why, though. My mic was blocking the iPhone's view of me. What trophies will I collect? We will see. Seahorse, thank you. Oh, yeah, I can wink. How about that? I don't know why that didn't work. Baxter Crook, I'm sorry. Are any mods here? Can you refund Baxter's points, please? Like legit, that should have worked, but sometimes Leoran board doesn't connect right away. I think. No, please, because there might be other things to do with your points soon. And actually today, I think there are going to be a lot of predictions if you like doing those. I don't know that one. Atomic Runner. Yeah, but you could have 165K. God, this song is good. Today, get out of the way. Good. The art is simply too good to cover up. So today, I'll tell you something. I actually was like feeling a little like not that into this stream. I gotta turn my lights up. Hey, yeah, I'm doing fine, Polyhead. I hope you. Yeah, gamer trophies. I hope you're doing all right too. So, for anyone who's not familiar, last Sunday of the month, I streamed for a really long time and attempt to raise enough money to pay my rent. That's what's going on here. That's not the part I'm excited about. I'm excited about streaming all day, though. So, I've had this idea for a while, and unlike a lot of my ideas, I've kept this one to myself. And it was... Jesus. First of all, that's a giant donation. Thank you. And second, that is a funny number. Hey, Indextic, thank you. Yeah, there it is. So... Oh my gosh, dude, I lost track of my thoughts already. Oh yeah. I was like feeling a little down about it, and I was like, hey, thank you, Fel. I was like, geez, like I didn't really prep this ahead of time, and like I had this whole plan in my head. I was like, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I need a trophy case, and then I need trophies. So I was gonna commission a bunch of stuff, and I got to looking at it. I believe very strongly that like when I commission someone, I'm gonna pay their rate, unless I think it's like way too low, and then I'll be like, hey, look, like no pressure, you don't have to do this faster or anything, but you know, can I pay you more? And so I priced out what I thought like the minimum cost of all the assets I wanted was, and it was like $200. It's like, I looked at my bank account and I had 37, and I was like, well, that's not happening. So I was like, do I just like do something else today? And I had no other ideas. So I was like, okay, well, that's fine, because I can play a bunch of Elden Ring on Thursday, get it out of my system, and then work really hard on making this stream fun on Friday and Saturday. I have all day both of those days. And in the 72 hours since Elden Ring came out, I have played 27 hours of Elden Ring. I'm not going to spoil it. But I do want to say a few words about it. First of all, I like it a lot. Like a lot. Like, I didn't go in with very high hopes, which I know it seemed like I did because I was 100% avoiding spoilers. So I knew nothing about it when I started and everything. But I played Dark Souls in 2016, the very beginning of 2016. And like, I was sort of jaded, sounds too negative, but I was sort of jaded about video games. Hey, thanks for the follow at this point. And I was like, I don't know, maybe they just don't make video games that I like anymore. I thought that was a possibility. So, but I got a PC so that I could do my job in the manga business that I'd just gotten. And I was talking to a friend of mine and I was like, hey, I think my new PC can run games. Like, do you have any recommendations? And she was like, well, it's a little cliche, but I really like the Dark Souls games a lot. And Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition was on sale for like $15. So I was like, all right. Hey, thank you so much, Faye. I appreciate it. So I played that and I was like, oh, video games are really good now. And like, you know, I hadn't played or even seen Demon's Souls that much. So like, it was just like, oh, I didn't even consider the possibility that video games could be like this. Like, it was like nothing I'd ever seen before, right? And it totally brought me back in. And I had kind of been feeling the same way about about newer video games. Like, I still love, oh my God, this song sounds messed up. I don't think this is emulating right. Here, let's skip this one. There. I was like, okay, I don't think I'm into like new video games anymore. I still love retro games. And then Elden Ring came out and like, so I played Dark Souls 3 and the first time it did its job. I was like, yeah, that was really fun. I replayed it and I was like, I still won't say I hate it because I liked it a lot that first time, but I never want to play this fucking thing again. Like, I just did not care for it at all. So that, and I didn't even bother with Sekiro or Bloodborne. So I went into Elden Ring and I was like, well, I'll tell you what I was expecting. What I was expecting was like Assassin's Creed with checkpoints, with with bonfires. And it's exactly like when I played Dark Souls in 2016, where I was just like, what, this is so different. Like, I have no idea like what to expect even. And it's funny because I think on the surface it looks a lot like Dark Souls, but it's sort of like a, if it ain't broke, don't fix it thing, right? Like, it has about as much in common with Dark Souls as Dark Souls does with Demon's Souls, and as like Ninja Gaiden has with like Castlevania Symphony of the Night or something. Like, a lot of the surface level stuff is the same, but there are some pretty big changes to the structure, and I was not expecting any of that. And I won't say anything more about it because, to be honest, it's probably a pretty spoiler resilient game, because if you get one really cool moment spoiled for you, it doesn't matter because there are more, but you wouldn't know that. So yeah, Atomic Runner, I really lucked out. Sheriff Ram got me a, I think my parents chipped in too, a GPU for Christmas because I couldn't run any current games. And it was specifically for VR and Elden Ring. So, hey there, Unhaunting. Hey there, Dark Witch Claire. So, that's all I have to say about Elden Ring. I'm not going to spoil anything. And that's it. All right, gamer trophies earned 0. There we go. So let me tell you what today is about. And then I know this is taking a long time to get started compared to most of my streams, but I'm really excited about that. By Relics, you mean the game called Relics, right? Not like Relic video games. My inner achievable. Oh, Bonesy, I will. So, I've had this idea for a while, that like I don't like learning speed runs because they're so hard. Like, yeah, the PC-88 game. Step thank you so much. Oh my god, you guys are too nice to me. So, shoot, give me a sec. I'm blue screening. Not literally, like in my head, I'm blue screening. But I like learning the tricks, you know? And so I got to thinking, what if I did a stream? Or if this is fun, I'm going to do it more times. So what if I do a stream where I just have a big list of tricks and I give myself a time limit, let's say 1 hour, to learn a trick. So here's how this works. Some of these I actually already know, but I thought it would be fun to put some easier ones on there. You get it? So here's what we're doing. We're going to spin this wheel, and there's going to be a lot of downtime for this stream compared to some of the other ones. We spin this wheel, and this one here that's just 5 question marks. That one, if we get it in the first few, we're re-rolling. So that one is really unlikely, and I won't say what it is. But that'll have the reason that we're going to re-roll if we get it early. It's going to require like kind of a lot of setup and might seriously mandate like a 30-minute break. So we spin this wheel. It lands on a trick. Most of these can be done from the title screen of the game in question. And then I got an hour to pull the trick off. How's that grab you? What do you think of that? There are a lot more of these, by the way. These are just the only ones that I put on the wheel this time around. So I'm really excited for this stream. But you remember how I mentioned that I played 27 hours of Elden Ring since Thursday? Hey there, Yuli Kitten, how are you? I'm gonna spread everything out. Yeah, I think that's where I got. How's that grab you? But the wheel. Yeah, I'm on Arcade Pit. So like, I am not set up at all. Like, there's stuff on my desk where my consoles need to be. I was gonna do this whole thing on the Mister. That's not happening. Like, you're gonna have to bear with me. This is not gonna be very fast paced. All right, so without further ado, Yuli Kitten, I was not in a very good mood. And then Elden Ring came out, and I am in a very good mood now. Without further ado, we should spin the wheel. Please let me know if this is too loud because I can adjust that. Because I can't hear it. I made it take a really long time to spin down. The Meijin, all right. Can anyone guess what the Meijin is from the title? Hey there, Monday. I have Deep Shock. I'm not going to say any more about that. I don't want to accidentally spoil stuff about Elden Ring. But yes. Hang on. So, full disclosure, I got water bottles on my desk. It does involve mashing, which this might be one that I can't do, like physically. I don't know. I think most people are aware by now. I have a, that bothers me that chat is doing that. Whoops. Oh, is that why that happened? Thank you, Sheriff. That bothers me that chat is going above the donation goal. I guess it's fine. I kind of want to crop it. Hang on. There. Yeah, that one. I like how you know it now. All right, I got to get some water. Give me just a second. Hey there, cool Benji. Now, I spun the wheel first, knowing that I had all this setup to do, because this is probably going to be easiest if you're watching on the Forbidden Ruler. I do the tense arm. It's long story short, it's like I'm having a hard time imagining souring on it by the end. As I like the way I feel right now, it's one of my favorite video games ever. Like, and I'm pretty sure I'm like maybe halfway through. Could be even less. It's got a lot of time to, like, I don't know, get really shitty after a plot twist or something. But man, I am blown away. So, we have a job. Actually, I can show you how to do this, but you need to give me just a second to set up. This is going to be easiest if you're on PC. Now, I have tested it on phone, and it's not awful. It's a little tricky. Here's what you want to do. Rent. I do this every month, and yeah, it's just rent. Do not make source visible. All right. Hey, thank you, Wheel Skeleton. I appreciate it. Hello? Oh, I wonder if it did that thing. Yeah. OBS has this problem where, like, it'll... Whoops. That's kind of wrong. It's good enough. Here's what I want you to do. Go to bingo.level.tv. This... I would like for you to pick a username that matches your Twitch username exactly. Click Get Bored. And here you go. So here's how this works. When these things happen on stream, I want you to click. And then once you get a bingo, you need to tell me, but you also need to screenshot this because I need to verify it. Hey there, Mom, how's it going? So not everyone's card is going to be the same. It's not just that, like, you have the same stuff shuffled around differently. There are like something like 70 possibilities, and the board doesn't pull that many for any given what's it called? Card. Yeah, that counts. Why not? Volume check, that counts. So here's one thing though. One of these is the model does the dot level crusher face. If that happens and you want to and you want to claim that one on your board, you have to screenshot the face, because I cannot see the dot level crusher face when it happens, because it happens when the camera has lost me. So if you're on Windows 10, you should be able to do that by hitting Windows plus Shift plus S. That pulls up the snip tool, and you can just screenshot the face, and then that'll put it in the clipboard. You can put that like somewhere on my Discord server or something, just so you have somewhere to link the face. And then you can do the same thing to screenshot your board. Yeah, the numbers here are, print screen then paint. It is. Hey, thank you, Bonesy. The numbers here are footnotes, because some of these were like incredibly long. And so, because all this phrasing is just verbatim from when I was writing all of these down. And some of them were so long that like you would have 3 rows that were this side or this size. And then the third row, because it had like this or something, would be just like boom. And it would be the length of all of these put together. The crusher face, frankly, it looks like this. Yeah. Someone probably has a screenshot somewhere, but when it happens, someone will screenshot it. If it happens, it seems to be less common with iPhone tracking, to the extent that I might take it off of the possible spaces, but we'll see. Now then, did I have anything else to say about this? No, that's the... I wonder which square you have, Neko. Because of the card crusher meme. Cool, Benji. God damn it. Yes, 8 lives. I don't know, go Google it. You got Google, Benji. Come on now. Come on now. Anyway. So anywho, you might think this is just for fun, which it is. But when we were putting this together, Sect BB had a really good idea, which is when the first person to get bingo, and I can only do it for the first one because probably like most people are going to get bingo by the end of this, picks the next Platformageddon game. So we don't run the raffle. You get to pick. And yeah, I did. So it'll be one of these, and it doesn't put you in the list as a previous winner when this happens. So if you've already won a raffle and you get bingo, you get a second game pick. And that was all Sect BB's idea. And speaking of crediting people for their hard work, you might notice, because I think most people probably knew this was coming, but it's a lot more polished than you thought, right? That is entirely Mocha Me's hard work. And we've had this to go for a while. And like, I thought about busting it out early, but I was like, man, I kind of want the like reveal to be a big deal. And like, I also can only offer the free Platformageddon win like once a month. So we've been sitting here on this, waiting to show you for a long time. But this is the other reason I'm really excited about this stream. I think I thought about that, Deep Shock. I'm proud of the gamer challenges as well, but I think bingo is going to be fun. Now, go ahead and set up your bingo cards. And actually, why don't I? No one cares how many of these trophies I earned. Someone will be paying attention to that. Earning trophies, go to bingo.level.tv. There. Let's do that. So let me put on some music for you. I'm going to plug in the NES so I can attempt the Magine. I have an hour to do this. I may need to tap out early because it takes some mashing, and if it hurts too much, we're just going to call that one a loss. Hey, Zero Z, I'm in a really good mood. How are you today? All right, give me just a sec. I did not get jump scared, but thank you so much for the gift subs. Oh, god damn it. This would be as good a time as any to show you something. Here's something we're doing today. Thank you, full lizards. Go to bingo.level.tv and I ask that you please enter in your actual Twitch username as your username. It'll generate a bingo card. If you are the first person to call bingo, first of all, you have to screenshot it. I have to verify it. But if you're the first person to win, you pick the next Platformageddon game. These are, look, it already happened. Thank you, Adam. I'm actually late too. I just started, so anyway, you pick from these 5. That's only for the first bingo winner. I can't do more than that because we'll get a giant backlog of Platformageddon games. And that'll be after, you know what? I don't have the bot logged in. Let me get the bot in here real quick. I need to ask it a question. Just a sec. Hey, thank you, Deep Shock. That's a nice number. Bingos can be diagonal. Weird, did I upgrade the bot and like not run it? It just updated a bunch of dependencies. Anyway, oh, was I winking at you? Yeah, wink. I can't really do it on command with my glasses on. There you go. Yo. So just a sec. Thank you, Lorigami. Is it next game or is it just next or what? I think that should have worked, right? Yeah, diagonals are valid. That's how bingo works. I wonder what you have on your your bingo card there, Baxter Crook. There we go. Is it next? I thought it was next game, wasn't it? There we go. So after the PAL version of Beauty and the Beast, the first bingo winner, and again, you have to call it first. You have to screenshot it to verify it. So just keep that in mind. So we got to do the Magine. I've been putting it off. I've been putting it off because, hey, the bot's got a sub. Thank you, Sepasai. I've been putting this one off because I can't mash. Like, physically, I can't mash. So I might hit a point where I'm just like, this one's not possible for me because I'm injured. Oh, well. You mean Frog Rescue? The bot now has a sub. I don't know what that's for. Actually, a lot of people gift their bot a sub so that it can use their emotes. We could come up with Frog Boost. I don't know. We'll have to roll it. So, the Magine. I haven't actually like played this game very much, so I don't know when it happens, but I know it's early. Just a sec. Wait, do I not have? Hang on. What is Star Soldier's special version? That's not anything, is it? This might actually work, right? My mic's not shitting out, is it? Yeah, it's the Caravan version, but I thought I had the game. There was... It doesn't... Without wishing to make it too easy for you, there was a volume check earlier. The game's a bit loud. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I know why you said that, Sheriff. God damn it. All right, I'll turn the game down, even though I think you just did that to get that square. Hey, look, a palindrome. Is it in... I wasn't even thinking of that. Altazimeth. I'm so mad. I made this too easy. Oh, weird. Rapid measurement isn't just testing how fast you can mash, is it? Complete warp. Thank you, I asked. All right, hang on. We need to actually start this timer, I suppose. So I have 1 hour to pull off the Magine, which is more than most people would need. The issue is that my fingers might not allow me. Thank you, Osakan. Hey, thank you, Ashen Circle. Is the thing ever gonna spawn? It just did, didn't it? Hang on, let's reset the timer. I know I have Star Soldier. I don't know where I put it. I wonder why you're saying this. All right, give me just a sec. There we go. I had trouble with the EverDrive, which is not a square, so I can say that out loud. I am good, Ashen Circle. How are you? That's so weird. Cause you don't understand. I played Star Soldier and I was like, oh, I'm disappointed. I don't like this game very much. I thought it would be awesome because it's Hudson. You know I like Hudson. Try to. I'm gonna try to track this down. I just shot an SD card like across the room. Yeah, just Dave. I try to stream all day on the last Sunday of the month, which is also why I have the donation tracker up. I'm working toward paying my rent for March. Here, let me give you music again. It could be a square. I think launching an SD card isn't knocking something over, though. Oh, Sheriff, your card sucks. That is not the best square to get. Many. My ceiling fan is quite low. What a graceful noise I made. My famously feminine and demure voice and mannerisms. Thank you very much. I know what you're doing and I'm not going to say your name, but I appreciate it. You're gonna have to try harder than that. Is that your last square? All right. We are just about ready to go on the Meijin. If anyone just got here, let me tell you what we're doing today. today, we have a wheel. We spin the wheel. It lands on... Yeah, Bug got to see this way ahead of time because they're my roommate. It lands on one of these challenges. And we have 1 hour to pull off the challenge. So, pay to win. So we landed on the Magine. The Magine is a really famous bonus that you can get in Star Soldier that's really hard to get. It's early on in the first level. I think it appears other times throughout the game. And I had to go track down my Star Soldier. Which I won't humble brag about not paying much for. Because I couldn't. I lost it. I found it though. All right, so first challenge. I'm actually kind of excited that this one came up first because this is like a classic. This is a classic video game trick. And start. I hate accidentally going under the like space scaffolding in this game so much. Like, I hate to say it, I'm really not a Star Soldier fan. Even though I love the Star Soldier series, like Super Star Soldier is one of my favorite games. I am really good at this one. You'll see. Wait a second. I had an idea. Prediction time. Start prediction. Will I pull off the Magine before the hour ends or my arm gives out? Yes, no. You only have 5 minutes to do this. What? Hang on. Oh, it's way too long. Will I pull off the Magine? There. You have 5 minutes to vote, but I'm going to keep playing, so you'll see. If I pull it off, I'll get bonus points after I kill a certain enemy. Oh my god, I'm resetting. Oh yeah. You lost a shitload of points on that Elden Ring boss, right? I got my revenge on him off stream. Again, shit. I would like to ask that nobody spoil Elden Ring if you happen to be playing it. Because I know there are going to be people in chat who are looking forward to it but hadn't had a chance to play it yet. I almost want to say Danny Sarduce suggested this one. This challenge. Does that sound right, Danny? Are you here? That's where it spawns, dude. What, an enemy? What do you mean, what the hell was that? It killed me. Oh no, I checkpointed past it, didn't I? That's okay, that's not the only one. Just frame. I had forever to react to that enemy. Hey K Price, how's it going? Yeah, this is why I don't like Starship Hector very much. I wanted Starship Hector to be more like this game. It's like full of weird ass enemies and stuff. Oh, one more baby. Oh shit. You'll see, you'll see. You'll see what the Magine is. This game's growing on me. This is fun. If I were to play this regularly, I would have to use a turbo controller. Like, my hands cannot stand up to this for too terribly long. That sucked. It despawned the one power up after I unlocked the second. Thank you for mini-dotting me. I'm not annoyed at all. I think it's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up. Here it is. This is the Magine. Damn it. Oh, that's one failure. I'm not annoyed. You have to kill that thing before it closes in on you. That's the Magine. Yeah, I was thinking about it too. Oh, am I gonna get another try? Oh no, this is a different part. Alright, this game's cool. I would do it very well, Gareth. Hey, this is like Danganronpa. Oh, if it's like Danganronpa, I don't have to kill the enemies. And it would make it easier. I need to take... What? Okay, you need to take a hit from a bullet. I'm trying to slow down the enemy spawns as much as I can. Where's the first power up? Up here? All right. Here it comes. I think. There it is. It spawned as I died. Oh shit, I'm pouting. Now I'm happy. The angry face gets triggered automatically when mini dot happens. So I guess you... Hey, thank you, Altaz. Thank you, Altazimit. I see what you did there. That one might be too easy, Sheriff. But I guess a lot of these are really easy. Like getting jump scared by sub notifications and stuff. Holy smokes, dude. I believe if I get that last power up, my chances of doing the maging actually decrease. If I'm not mistaken. Here it comes. God, it's so hard. It's so hard. We need to count those shots. How many times do you have to hit it? Does anybody know? It's 12, right? It's a really tight DPS check, yes. 13, what does it need to be, 16? You know what? I'm gonna use turbo until it spawns, and then we're gonna mash it legit. Because these guys aren't the challenge. 500. Dumbass. Is it 16? Okay. There we go. Yo, this game's hard. Turbo's going off. I don't know, Just Dave. So now that this is live, and now that the gamer challenge stuff is live, oh, is it a square? Okay. And now that the gamer challenge is live, I want to set up a way that people can submit suggestions for it. So for bingo squares plus for other gamer challenges, and I'm gonna be honest, it's really easy to add challenges. Like if you have ideas today, I can add them like during the stream if I like them. It has to be like a game that I have, and a challenge that I'm like interested in doing. Like I could fill this up with really precise speedrun tricks. But I don't want it to be nothing but that, you know? All right. Yeah, I'm positioned a little wrong. My finger locked up on me there. I do not. Is there a gimmick challenge you want me to do? Like, what is it? Tell me what it is. The first attempt was 12 hits, okay. So I need to do 4 more. Is that right? It's got 16 HP. 1 CCs are a little too, like, long for this. I was thinking, that's not a bad idea. The stage 2 one. I was thinking, the Strider any % run might be a fun one to do. Because I could learn the entire speed run and do it for this. But I have to add squares 2 at a time. Okay. I'm under the... Oh, you stupid game. I went under the fucking scaffolding by mistake. Oh, it's weird how going under the level works. I don't think I'll ever get used to it. Like, here, I'm under the level. There we go. I think I'm about centered. There. All right, turbo off. Oh, that's the Magine. Yeah, hell yeah. Can a mod, can a mod please, Whew, that's the Magine, buddy. That's 1 trophy. That's 1 trophy. I got an idea, for today. This will make sense in a second. For today, this goes down here. Woo! Oh my God. I'm glad that that didn't take too long because that is really hard on your hands. Boom. There, yeah, that's me. Dot Magine. Haha. Yeah, it's gold. Ooh. I was not expecting it. I honestly thought I was going to try for the whole hour and never pull it off. I did it. I did it. Hell yeah. Trophies earned 1. You can get rich off these predictions. Did anyone close the prediction? A dot base split in 4. Hey, thank you, Invaderoid. Thank you so much, Claire. So, for anyone who doesn't know what's going on today, couple things. First of all, thank you, Tepid Snake. 16, I get it. Did I really hit that thing 16 times? I think the pausing to find my position on the screen so I knew I was centered was what did it. That or you do more damage with the final power-up. I really have no idea. But yeah, that's the Magine. You kill that thing before it spawns. Just a second. So what we're doing today is we have a wheel. The wheel is full of gamer challenges. The Magine has now been completed. So I roll this, and whatever it gets, I have an hour to pull it off. And if I do pull it off, I get a trophy. We have one now. I'm so pumped. I'm so glad that you're proud of me because I'm really proud of myself. Hang on, I got an idea. Copy. Paste. Remove. Paste. Reference. There we go. And it was bugging me that we couldn't see the total trophy count. Copy. Paste. Reference. Move it down. There we go. Now you know how I do those drop shadows. How many hits is it to kill the unfamiliar speedrun tech? No. Sorry. And also, I didn't do it first try, right? Does it say first try or does it say just really fast? So we have a wheel to spin, I think. Just succeed. Oh, okay. It's not a speedrun thing, it's a shmup thing, but it's entirely possible we could get that square today. Let's spin the wheel. Offside. The ceiling skip, motherfucker. This one's tough. All right. I don't know how to do the ceiling skip at all. I'm not going to look up a video at first. You know I'm not using turbo because I was leading up to it, and the difference in speed and consistency is pretty high. So, do you guys know what the ceiling skip is? Does anyone know this? I'm actually going to enable... No, I don't need to. I was going to enable save states for this, but it's not actually necessary. Just a second. Are you trying to get 2 squares at once? Thank you, Roto. Yeah, I winked. No, not Castle Quest. Wrong castle game. Hey, thank you, Tepid Snake. This is difficult speed tech here in Castlevania. I'm going to start. I'm just going to start the timer right now. Control. Start. It doesn't count because I didn't say I wouldn't play Castlevania. 3 separate squares, I see. Yes, please. Will I get the ceiling skip? Is that the knife? You have decent knowledge. I see. Oh. What? Reset? I hit reset too fast. No, we can't do that, Chris. Last night. Hey, by the way, I can't stop playing Elden Ring. You dumb. The clock is ticking. This is actually possible with the max level whip, it's just harder. I need to get that whip off screen. Where's the friggin' knife? Oh, that would have been the knife. Why can't you try that? I mean, it won't work. I'm just gonna take a death to lose the big whip. No. It's hard, the ceiling skip. I have done it before, by the way, so if I get it, and you have that unfamiliar speedrun tech, I'm terribly sorry, but it doesn't count. Ow. Hell is fast food lasagna? They make that? That doesn't sound that good, Sheriff. It's not this. If you had your hopes up, that's the bat boost. It's a few levels into the game. You'll see. The only bat crit setup I know of, like, I think requires you to throw an axe on your way up to the bat. And I don't think that's how they do it anymore. Hey Wesley, how's it going? Yeah, getting there is not going to be tough. I am having a real good time today. You like that backwards jump? That was for you. Beating Astos with 4 thieves? It would take hours, wouldn't it? They can't do any magical damage, so they have to deal with his like absurdly high absorb. That's the stat that's really high, isn't it? Yeah, for you. Aha, I jumped to the left. I don't do that boost that way usually. I hope everyone is having a real good time. All right, let's get that double trouble. I love that emote, Porum. That's yours, right? What? Please? Please? Oh, shit. Isn't I love that emote a square? Damn it. I'm not trying to give these away. You had that square, Porum? Oh, man. Nice, Dubious. Wink. How do you set this up? Hey, not unfamiliar. Sorry if you had your hopes up. Whoops. Nah, maybe. It depends on how I feel. No, I'm not gonna do it. You can hold me to that. I love him. Hey, if you... It did 2 years. Whoops. Ah. Oh yeah. That's not an out of nowhere 1cc. That's like if I haven't played a game in a long time. Or I've like never 1cc'd it before and then it just happens. Like remember when we were testing Snake Man's Superstar Soldier colorblind fix pack and I just got a deathless run out of it out of nowhere. That game kind of came out of nowhere, right? Speaking of out of nowhere. Oh, I see. Yeah, if it says just 1cc success, then yeah, sure. That means Castlevania is basically that square for free as long as I finish it, which I won't be doing. All right, here we go. So I have to take a death here to set this up. But the good news is I get infinite continues. So I think you whip 4 times and then you just go. It's 3 times. I needed that. I think, right? Hang on. Whoops. A whole grip? No. Yeah, you know the skip now, right? All right, so the trick is getting that in the first place. Huh. I may need to look up a video for this one. This one is hard. I am trying to get the ceiling skip here, where you get this, and you use it to get to an unexpected place. No, I'm not intentionally flushing a 1cc. How do you get this? Hang on. Do you jump from like here? Oh, that's actually kind of picky. Whoops. That's good. What the? I got stuck. Is it 4 swings? Okay, yeah, it's 4. Oh, I don't have enough hearts. All right, we need to route a big heart in here somewhere. Do you get that one, maybe? Yeah. Oh, wait a second. There's a big heart at the beginning of the level. That's it. Ah, that whip drop messed it up. So did that rosary drop. Yes. Backseating is okay for these. Like, if you know how to do it, you don't need to hold back. Oops. Excuse me. Whoop. The bat spawned too high. This is tough, this one. That actually looked kind of good. Whoops. I have 1 hour to learn a really precise speedrun trick. Fuck. That's funny, Fat Man. Damn. When I'm playing this game normally, I am a master of Castlevania 1. I did, what, 14 loops in one sitting without gaming over? Oh, I really messed up. It was 14. I switched to the holy water because that's what you would do in a speed run. God, Dot. You dope. Whoop. There we go. No. It's just for fun. The loop is harder. I'm not getting the first cycle, but I'm not counting that as part of this. Not gonna work. A ceiling fan in a game? Yeah, sure. Yeah, you do. It is really easy to roll the score counter over. I'm doing that first clock too early. One trophy so far. God, this one is hard. Hey, Rachel, I don't know why it didn't turn on the angry face. Live Split might be messing with that shortcut. Pulling off this very difficult speedrun trick that I've like only done once before in my life. I'm happy because I'm having a really good time with this stream. Thank you, and Megami and Finny. I hope you're doing well. Wink. Maybe we should replace the Crusher square with the Wink square now that I'm on the iPhone tracking. Did you really? What did you do? Thank you, Atchinson. This drink, yeah. Well, I think it shouldn't. Personally, but yeah, I know. When I did this before, I did the actual speedrun version where you do a really precisely timed clock so that that first bat is the one that gives you the ceiling skip. Whoops. Those whips are actually part of the speedrun. Dumb. I think you do 4. I loved it, Soul Stuff. That was the right height. I didn't let it come far enough. That messes it up, I think. Have you played it, Soul Stuff? Are you gonna? That was close. Hey, Slushy Cat. How's it going? Alright, yeah, so you need to do 4 whips. And also do it right. Just a little too late. I have one. Oops. I killed the bat. Seems a little early, maybe. No, it was late, wasn't it? Sort of Slushy Cat. I'm not actually using retro achievements, but you have the right idea. That was close. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I want to play that game too. Oh, no. That looked... Okay, it was still just too far to the right. What? That was the bat. I got it on the frame that the bat spawned, so like its hitbox goes active 1 frame before its sprite appears. If you weren't aware, I found that one out the hard way a while ago. That's way too far to the right. Are there any Castlevania experts in here? What did I miss there? Yeah, I've done this one before. Oh, that's a trophy, baby. We did the ceiling skip. That looked so good. Split. Check that shit out, man. Oh. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about this. This is a fun gimmick. I feel like we need like a little jingle for it to play or something when I win. Yeah, that's a speedrun strat. The whole reason you do this is because there are these moving platforms down here and you can skip a cycle. It's actually a really big time save. What was the first trophy? You're gonna be sad you missed it. You're gonna be sad you missed it. I'm gonna show you the wheel. Do you see this one called the Magine? What do you think that is? The Windows 3.1 startup horn? Yeah, actually, I had that exact one in mind. Does anybody have that? Yeah, it's killing the face in Star Soldier before it closes in on you. It took 17 minutes, and it was agonizing because that is hard on your hands. But I did it. We got 2 trophies, baby. Hey, wait. I got a really good idea. Hang on. I need to. Yeah, you have to mash really hard. Is this only funny to me? Hang on. We'll see. We need to add a browser that you can't see, but you will be able to hear. I hope this video doesn't have ads. This video might have ads, which would kind of ruin it, but... too loud. Oh my God, that was killing me. You can't hear it still, right? So I think it needs to be set to visible. Here's what we're gonna do. Properties. Width 0, height. Okay, width 1, height 1. And then I'm gonna transform, edit, transform, position. -1, -1. So when I turn this on, it might be really loud again. That was loud, all right. I am so sorry. That was really loud. There you go. So how well does this work? If I switch from this scene, do you stop hearing it? Yeah, dude, it's perfect. It's perfect. Hey, I can't hear it. All right, before I ask this question, I want you to go to bingo.dotlevel.tv for the second gimmick of the stream. There are two. One is the wheel. Hey, Spin Cut, thanks for the raid. One is the wheel. The other is, I want you to go to this website, bingo.dotlevel.tv. Just a sec. I need window capture for this. There. Go to this website. Whoops. Make sure that your username like exactly matches your username on Twitch. This is TJ Combo's theme from Killer Instinct 2. Well, this is why I made everybody go to this bingo first. How's the volume balance? Is the TJ Combo theme too loud? AVGN is pretty old, Maple. I mean, I don't like it either, but... Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's called bingo. If you call bingo, you have to @ me. And you have to... that's not a bad idea, Forrest. You also have to screenshot it. But there you go. So we're 2 trophies in, and we got to spiel the win. We got to spin the wheel a third time. I can't believe I got the fucking ceiling skip so fast. That is not an easy strat. At least not for me. Yeah, I won't make Yana free space. It's fine. There we go. Spinning. Add more stuff to it. Does anybody have suggestions for it right now? It is not hard to add stuff. Sex Panther boost. Oh man. We're getting all the really tough stuff. The Sex Panther boost is not easy. For the record. This one is Ninja Gaiden. No damage Quickman, like the Quickman fight. Wah! Thank you, Spin Cut. I appreciate it. Did I already ask how your stream went? How did your stream go? That's why you said A. I see. That's an interesting thought. I would rather do the stage than the fight. Because if you have Quickman's weakness, it's not that tough. But it's a little luck dependent. Woo! Thank you so much, Uno Squid. Guys, if you're not sure why there's a donation tracker on screen, it's I'm just raising money for my rent, to pay rent. So are notifs muted on this scene? That's weird. Oh, they're not muted. The desktop audio is down to negative 30 decibels. No, so sub, donation, and cheer are all different squares, Slushy Cat, and rare follow. Yeah, I messed it up. It's fine now though, Ellie. It's not it's forgot to unmute if it's my mic. I'm splitting hairs now. All right, so, oh, you know what? I don't think I have the, Woo! Ha! Hazel! You set me up. All right, so, hey, thank you, Wesley. I'm sorry I didn't get jump scared by that. I don't know why it didn't work, but I appreciate it so much. All right, save states are on for this one. As it happens, and I hope I remember my load state key. Oh no. I think I updated my firmware and it broke my old save states. What does saving do? Yeah, saving works. All right, so I'm not starting the timer just yet. I have to get pretty deep into this game to actually practice this Sex Panther boost. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Damn it. I used to speedrun this a really long time ago. My time was actually not too bad, but there's a like mashing technique you have to do on the last boss. And it was extremely damaging to my arms, so I had to quit. Whoops. I had a 1237, which these days is nothing special, but back then I think it was like 10th place or something. It was pretty high. Yeah, it sucks, soul stuff. I mean, I'm of the opinion that speedrunners should probably get over it and start allowing turbo in most games. In this one, the thing you have to mash is so weird that turbo wouldn't even help. Because you have to mash down plus B, and like also the timing is really picky. The down has to be before the B or slightly or on the exact same frame. If you do anything else, then it doesn't work. Whoops. So again, for anyone who has succeeding at unfamiliar speed tech on their bingo card, I actually used to be really good at this, but every time I've tried it recently, I have not done well at all. That's why it's on there. Dumbass. I can sympathize because like optimizing mashing as you move is really fun in like Mega Man games and stuff. I just don't think the competitive integrity of speedruns is more important than not injuring people permanently. Well, they would riot now, Red, but if you give it a few years, they'll all start getting injuries and change their minds. Like, mashing is a skill. It's really cool to watch people who can mash really well. It's just, to me, it is more important that people are not permanently injured by video games. There it is. I couldn't remember where the fucking spin jutsu was. It's been a long time. Yeah, it's the same deal, right? Like, Turbo allows you to trivialize stuff that's really, really hard. And the Smashbox is the same way. Like, it is, oh my god, legitimately an advantage. And like, I can sympathize with people who don't want that suddenly introduced to a game that's been around for ages and ages and ages, but they didn't know any better. They were different. These are different times. Still getting used to this controller. Dude, I can't fucking platform. This does not bode well for the Sex Panther boost. Don't remember. I think you just jump and hit that on the way down. Hey, Amai, how are you? TGL is the Guardian Legend. Yeah, for several hours. Yeah, I mean, the thing about it, Deep Shock, or whoever said, no, Slushy Cat, sorry. The thing about it, Slushy Cat, is like, if you look at shmups, like, a lot of shmup players just are like, you just have to use Turbo. Like, and that is with full awareness that it really changes some games and makes them substantially easier. And it's just, dude, I can't fucking hit the A button, man. It's the same deal. It's just like, for as cool as it is, when a game requires like really precise mashing and people get really good at it, you don't want to be swapping out broken buttons every week. And you don't want to give yourself tendinitis and stuff. This is not said Panther. I don't know why they call it the Sex Panther boost. I assume it's just a an Anchorman thing. Whoops. Because this is a really old trick, and this is back when everyone thought Anchorman was really funny. Whoops. That might have looked like a damage boost, but it wasn't. It wasn't deliberate. Hey, thanks for the follow. It's a movie. Wesley. Not much. What's an anchor with you? That's good. I think Sinister One named the Sex Panther boost, didn't he? Arcus doesn't call it that. He calls it the SP boost, and if anyone asks him what it stands for, he goes San Pellegrino. Because Arcus is like such a nice guy. Whoa! I fuck up! I saved it. Whoops. Yeah, Arcus is the cowboy hat guy. I have like kind of gotten out of like following the speedrun scene and like watching speedruns, but I like Arcus a lot. And I also watch Cool Kid a lot. Oh my gosh. How'd I even do that? I hit the lantern. It's cool. I never did that boost back when I played. I don't think anyone was doing it at that point. If it's harder than it looks, if I recall, because like spawns are kind of randomized in this game in a way that's like not apparent if you're just watching it. I don't know how I did that. The spawns are kind of random, and like it's difficult to see with the eye. I don't know if it's like they move back and forth like a couple pixels or what, but that really matters for the boxer enemies. Dumb. I just wanted to start the level over. So the timer is not yet started for this trophy, for the record. Hey, thank you, Mooware. How are you? What the? I feel like that was the cottage cheese sword glitch, which it's another Arcus thing. I always thought I was just like positioning very slightly wrong when that happened, but there is like something wrong with the sword's hitbox. I don't know if like occasionally it just doesn't spawn a hitbox at all. I can't get there. There. Oh wait, I don't have the spin jutsu. My mistake. Can you see why I didn't leave the timer running for the setup here? I know. I don't think that is the longest that boss has ever lived in the history of the world. All right, the Sex Panther boost is in 5-2, 5-3. Thank you, drop level. I wonder who that is. Nice. I did it. I always forget the movement there. Like, you shouldn't get hit by that guy, but you don't remember, you do. Oops. Ninja Gaiden is the game that taught me that if you really love a game, you shouldn't speedrun it. Like, if you ever see yourself like speedrunning it and going, okay, I'm not gonna speedrun this anymore. That's the tricky part. Oh, I don't think the Earthworm Jim Ow is in there. That's a good idea. but like I learned how to speedrun this, and this went from a game that I could beat really consistently, like Castlevania. Like if I turn on Castlevania and I'm like, hey, thank you. Guys, read that backwards. I want to tell you a story. So I didn't think that Sheriff Ram was donating. And like, Sheriff is my brother. So he helps out in many ways, right? And I had actually expressed that I was like, man, I kind of don't want to solicit donations if like you're just going to be donating all the time. So, because hey, thank you, Soleil. How's it going? You missed 2 trophies. So I was like, I don't want to be like a financial burden on Sheriff, right? And I said as much to him. He's like, dude, it's fine. So I thought he wasn't donating at all. In keeping with my wishes. Is this the Sex Panther boost room? Does anybody remember? Yes, this is it. Where should I put the save state? I think right here works, right? Hey. Thank you, no funny number. 421.92. Oh, all right. So the timer has to start now. Oh my God, that was fast enough. That wasn't. That was fast enough. I'm not stopping because I'm not confident. Oh my God. Cancel that. Cancel that prediction because I got it in 34 seconds. I used to never ever miss this when I was speedrunning it. But here's why I thought it would be appropriate to put on the wheel. I've played Ninja Gaiden a lot since I stopped speedrunning it. I cannot do that boost anymore. And I'll show you part of why. There was a different runner named Exo, who was like the world record holder at the time, who I think his run has since been alleged to be faked and it's like been removed from all the leaderboards and stuff. But he did the boost differently. He did that. So I'm doing a hop here on this left column and then stopping right there. This D-pad is really weird for this kind of movement. I had to switch NES controllers because my old one gave out on me. But you see how hard this is? Anyway, the setup that Exo did was that. Instead of a little hop on this, he cut back to jump off that wall to get it that way. And that was how I always did it. And that setup is really hard. Like everyone I know who plays Ninja Gaiden is like, you are doing the hard strat. And it's not even faster. So there's just like no reason to do it that way. So I've since learned that this is true. But I never like learned the real setup. So, or not the real setup, but the setup that most runners do. Well, okay. 3 trophies. 3 gold trophies for the chart. Remember that? Hell yeah. I thought we were going to be here for like 20 minutes of that kind of shit you were just watching, but no, I did it in 34 seconds. It's from Homestar Runner, Mortis. Oh man. Is this fun, guys? Is this fun to watch this stream? Because I'm having a lot of fun. Back to the wheel, baby. Oh, is it still the TJ combo theme, or did it like autoplay other? Because I don't know if it's unloading the browser when I leave. Good, okay. Oh, yeah, at first I was gonna give them like really descriptive names. I was like, this is actually really fun. Like, does anybody have any idea what Climb the Castle is? Oh, is it somebody else's theme? Dang it. All right, hang on. What if I reload it? What bingo items have you missed? You're gonna have to ask chat because I haven't been keeping up with it. Did that go back to the TJ combo theme? What? All right, hang on. If it's something else, it could be a DMCA risk, so. Oh, did it come back? Okay. Was it another Killer Instinct song? Hey, thank you for that donation. I didn't catch who that was, but I appreciate it. It was still KI. Good, good, good. Oh, man. Well, the Sex Panther took 34 seconds. Oh, I was not expecting that. Spinning the wheel. Let's see what we got. It's a browser now, Wonk. Bast Albatos. It's... God dang. So you guys know there's one retro game that I'm really bad at that I think people are usually surprised by. This is Mario 2. This one, I'm gonna have to look up a video. I'm like positive. You'll see. Oh. So again, I'm not going to leave the timer running while I get to the point where this happens, but I do have save states enabled. It is in 6.2, I believe. Oops. Oops. Ooh, God. I missed the jump, but got the hover. It really confused me. This is Fast Albatos. Damn, look at that. 6.2. No, wait, it's like... I think it's 6.2. Which is the level with all the Albatos flying around? Rachel, any idea? This is Zelda 2, that's right. 6.2, okay. So I can warp there, right? Don't the warps go to 4 and then 6? Wink. Okay. Woo! Thank you, Nalwonk. I appreciate it. Oh, I meant to spawn another guy. I don't really understand how to do that one. I was trying it to get a square for anyone who has unfamiliar speed tech on their card. I'm afraid I failed you. This one's unfamiliar, so if I get it, which, the big if. There we go. Oh, she's alright. I can't play this game for shit, so I like having the floating character. Oh, I've never faked a jump scare before. They're all genuine. No. Oh, I see. Peach is not dot core now. Yeah, sorry. Clever. Clever, Dubious. Why'd I do that? Dot care. Oh my god. Hey, thanks for the follow. No, it's not. It probably should be. The reason it's not, I kind of remember this. I do not need to be encouraged to sing along to the music. Because you think it's funny now. The problem, or the thing is, like, I try really hard to not do that. So you're hearing me at like 10%. Hey, thank you so much, Plombo. You're hearing me at like 10% my usual frequency. Mixbug can attest to this. They're my roommate. And you have to hear a lot of stupid songs if you hang out with me, so. What? God. Marco, it's going well so far. Do you have dot core on your bingo card too, Cloudy? Is that what's going on? Bye. Bye. Yes, I've been enjoying Elden Ring, like you'd never believe. Does this hit you? No. Give me the... I need that. I'm not that good at Mario 2. I need the help. The Whale of Attachment. Unfamiliar is something I've never done before. So none of the three, or neither of the two speedrun tricks that I did today were unfamiliar. Does it? I don't have the category set to Elden Ring, do I? That's not on purpose. Oh, you got hit, you friggin' dope. This would absolutely count. I've never done this one before. I honestly have no idea how hard it is. I get the impression it's really tough. And in fact, there is an easier strat that's really similar that I will also count. Ceiling skip did not count, I'm sorry. I've done the ceiling skip before. Whoa, get back up there. Wesley, why would you do that? Uh-oh, can I even get this? Let's gamba. Let's dance. Woo! 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 Shwa! Woo! Woo! Don't go that way. Catherine. I fucked her all up. There we go. Why? Why? Yo. So this is the level, right? I'm not even messing around with doing this without a video reference. You won't be able to hear it, but I'm gonna look up a speedrun of this and just watch it a couple times. Darbian Super Mario Brothers 2 speedrun. Darbian will do. All right, where are you, 6-2? Now, if you can open a video link in another browser, I'm gonna give you a time code for what I'm trying to learn here. Oh, that's fun, Bug. This is a cool song. So, do we have any Mario 2 experts here? How is he triple jumping? Because you have to do that to get the fast 6-2. It's something weird, like you need to brush up against an enemy as you're ascending, right? Am I wrong? He's doing it right. Oh shit, I need to save state. I'm gonna save state here. Oh, I did it. I don't know why that worked, but it did. Oh, hey, that's it. That's it. If you have unfamiliar speed tech, that's speed tech. Boom. I have no idea how that worked, but I did it, so. The trick is the entire room. Yeah, exactly. I hit it like 3 times in a row. I thought that part was easy, but it's not. Everyone loves playing Ragtime. It's hard. Yeah, this is my favorite Mario game, probably. Is the issue that I'm holding the jump? I wonder. Oh, you do a little wiggle to spawn an extra Albatos. Okay. No, forgot to unmute. Has to be my mic. No, I wasn't. If my mouth is moving because my my camera can't quite see it. Never. That's the wiggle, though. I can't believe I hit that double jump thing multiple times in a row and then never again. Okay, I'm beginning to think that what's going on here is I'm actually hitting the double jump a lot. What I'm not doing is landing on the third Albatos at all. What if I jump really early? That was the double jump. I didn't jump off the third Albatos. I clipped the second Albatos, I'm pretty sure, and double jumped before I even landed on it. Which... What are you guys doing? Okay, so I'm landing on the lower Albatos too late. I think I double jumped there. All right, that's enough. Oop. Here I am. I'm in the floor. Wink. Hey, thanks, Clage. How's it going? Whoop. I'm worried about this wiggle now. I don't really understand. I hit it so many times. The double jump and then just never again. I'm gonna watch the video again. Again, for anyone who wants to know what it is I'm trying to do, it's this. Good, yeah, I'm so sorry to hear you were sick. So, I think I'm getting the double jump glitch a lot. It's actually pretty generous, isn't it? Clipping the enemy on the way up. Is there a wiki for this, for Mario 2 speedrunning? If it's a Discord, I'm not joining a Discord, but if there's a wiki or something. That was it? If I jumped on the thing? I'll deal with it. It's good music. I'm in the floor again. Oop. Yeah. Yeah, they're just bad for it. Do I just jump immediately? Like this? This is rough. The bass boosted version? This is hard, Lily. This is the hard version of this room, too. Whoop. Whoops, that's too late, I think. That's good. Okay, I'll tell you something that's tricky about this. The way that jumping works in this is weird. I'm gonna run off this edge. And then let go of the D-pad as soon as I leave. So you see where I ended up here? Hey, what's up? You see how I ended up right here doing this? I did the same thing. You know why I ended up here? Because I'm not holding A. Holding A doesn't just make you jump higher, it makes you descend slower. With Luigi. So timing, like releasing your jump button is really tricky. See, all I did there was let go. I jumped from the exact same position. Corn Shack. Corn Shack doesn't know how to do this. This is a speedrun thing. He's not really a speedrunner, right? Just a fellow challenge gamer. Hey, yeah, I'm glad you're feeling or you're getting over it. Thank you, Sepasai. All right, we have to look up resources for this. This is too complicated to just eyeball. Thank you. We got 3 so far. Let's see. Let us see. Does this exist? Cool Kid Super Mario 2 tutorial. Oh, he's got one. I think this might be geared toward beginners, and so it might not explain how to do this strat that I'm trying, though. All right, 6-2 Luigi. This is the longest section of the video. So I don't have the sound on. Well, this pumpkin is going to affect our jump height. Oh, this is the beginner version. I see. Honestly, I think that the beginner version would still count for this because you're still doing the stage in this like death-defying way that is not like what was intended, but it's doing my eyes separately, yeah. You're unsure on how to do any of the remaining jumps? Please look at the input display in the bottom left corner. Hell yeah. Is he gonna explain the... He does explain the difficult version. Oh, baby. All right. I'm gonna link the tutorial in chat. I don't... This is me being like neurotic or something. I don't really like to... I don't really like to like restream other people's stuff if I'm not sure that I have their permission. Yeah, that's mostly a yeah, that's a shame. He doesn't explain the difficult strat. I think we just do the beginner strat. The beginner strat is still hard. Yeah, that's what I think too, Bug. I mean, the beginner strat, according to this video, saves 18 seconds over the thing that they thought you were gonna do. Super Mario 2 speedrun wiki, maybe? Sub 9-minute intermediate advanced tutorial by Kurt's New Brand. Oh my god, this is an hour-long video! Let's see which version of 6.2 the runner does. Yeah, it looks like there are no tutorials for the advanced version of this thing I'm trying to learn. No, because I'm looking at stuff for the strat. Okay, go ahead and grab the pumpkin. This pumpkin is going to affect our jump height, so keep that in mind. Make 2 quick jumps off the birds, and then it's time to throw the pumpkin. I use this star in the background as my visual cue. Once I've jumped past it, I throw the pumpkin. Once you land, you're gonna have to make a jump to the left and then quickly move to the right. This is to spawn an albatross that you can land on. All right, let's just do the first half of this. That jump is hard, that first part. Hey, X. Whoop. Whoop. Oh, that's funny. Medium jump off the albatross and a full jump off the last Bezo. Just like that, you're through the most difficult part of 6.2. Okay. That's weird. We're getting there. We're getting there. That is hard, that part. You land here, right? You jump left and then you're supposed to land on it. Oh, I get it. It's like, whoop, like that. That is really tough. They can't all be free, sneaker nets. This is so weird. How's he getting like this super high jump without going anywhere? It's like... It's like that or something. Okay, I think I have an idea. I don't know if it works, but... Dumb. I was doing two things at once. So it's like... Well... There needs to not be fire there, I guess. That's good, that's good, that's good. That's good. That's progress. Nice. Hey, thank you, Starman. How's it going? Oh, man. So the hard part is you have so much momentum when you land, and you need to lose it and do this. Whoops. Oh, that was close. That was close. Yeah, I don't think you can recover from this. Yeah, because I would need to go through the fire to land on the Albatos. Good, good. That was looking good. So I don't really know what you do here. That was looking good. Oh, really? FF14. Let's see. Back to the tutorial. There's nothing special about these last few jumps. It's just easy to miss that jump onto the Albatos. This is fast. You can get a sub 9-minute time with these strats. That's fast. Oh, I'm holding A too long. Yeah, you really want to stop. Thought so. It really does affect your jump height. We're getting there. Whoa, too late. It's so weird how your physics are different with the pumpkin. Okay. Here we go. That was looking pretty good, man. That was looking pretty good. The palette. Thank you, Sepasai. Hey, he called it a pumpkin. He called it a pumpkin. It's not my fault. But you're right, that is a bell pepper, isn't it? Sylphie. Whoop. Whoop. I'm screwed. I'm screwed, I think. Am I getting there on this? Am I actually going to succeed at this one? Nope. That's so close. Hey, thank you, Party Hat Jones. Danny, you don't know how to do this, do you? Yeah, you'd have no problem with it, Rachel. This is so weird. We're getting there. I missed the jump button. Hey, Hey there, Micro X. Oh. Oh. So you don't do a full jump off that bird. You jump to the back bird, do a full jump off that one. I see. Whoops. I like I like go way too fast. Oop, oop, oop. Cha. Oop, oop. Cha. That's not gonna work. I think you need to jump off the back of that one, maybe. Right. I forgot what I was doing. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. That was it. I didn't do a full jump. Oh, I forgot. Oh, baby. 36 minutes, 52 seconds, something like that. We're counting that. We are counting that. Oh, the bingo card has a prize. It has a prize. So, you know Platformageddon, right? The first person to declare bingo gets to pick the winning game for the next Platformageddon raffle. And their name is not added to previous winners. So, oh, that one was tough, dude. That one was tough. I need a break. Can you blame me? Oh, man. That's 4 trophies. We haven't missed one yet. Yeah, I think I need to order food. Let's think. What is... I can't deal with that music. Hang on. What is something I can eat while earning trophies? Wheaties, I suppose. I'm not hoping your order gets canceled, but it would give me a bingo on row 2. All right, while I'm thinking about it, today's gimmick. Today's gimmick is that we have a wheel that's full of speed run tricks and like other fun tricks. Each time I beat one of these, I earn a trophy, but I have a time limit of 1 hour per trick. So far, we're 4 for 4, but we have some of these that I just don't know. That Mario 2 one was hard. You can fill it retroactively. But the other gimmick this stream is that we have bingo. So if you go to bingo.level.tv, this works best on computers. I tried it on phone. It works okay if you're in landscape. You want to make sure that your name actually matches your Twitch username. And then when you do call bingo, I need you to screenshot it. And if .level crusher is part of your bingo, I need screenshotted proof that that one actually happened, because I can't see it. Yeah, thank you. So now that bingo is going and now that these gamer trophies are going, I'm hoping to put up some way that people can suggest additions to this. Because you see, this is really NES heavy. That was just because it's easier for me to set up than other systems. But that's the gimmick. That's the gimmick. We are gaming. You are not wrong, Sneakernets. Let me load up some nice and like laid back background music while I figure out something I want to eat. Hey, Bug. Oh, roommate. Oh, Bug. Did you, the problem is like, what is the trick you would do in Gradius? Are you gonna, did you already make food for yourself? Do you want to coordinate on food, or are you good? A 1cc? I've done that a lot of times, is the thing. 1cc's are a little like, they're not quite what I'm looking for this. No idea. Do you want I should just get food on my own then, Bug? Because I got to figure something out so I can get back to gaming. I kind of want to learn to speedrun Super Mario Brothers 2 now. That was a mistake. What am I thinking of? I don't know. Let me take a look. I don't even know what's open on Sunday. Ugly Bird lives another week. I'm sorry. Oh my god. It says reorder your favorites and it lists Wendy's twice. Called out. Do you happen to know, Bug? Do you know that place in town that's like... Tell you what, I'm gonna DM you in Discord, because I don't want to accidentally, like, reveal my exact location or something. There we go. Hey, thank you, Wendy. Hey, Greffery. How's it going? Have I had Whataburger? We don't have it in my area. I actually can't eat burgers all that much. Thanks for the follow. They're a once every great long while, once in an every great long while kind of food for me. A dot burger. What would be on it? Oh, interesting that my closed captions thought I said bruh meme, of all things. Yeah, I get chicken related stuff or potatoes. Thank you, the Runaway 5. Look, it's 5 5s. Altazimith, that is a good question. Whoa. There we go. You know this song? It's probably really quiet, huh? Oh. Oh, I got dizzy and my tracking stopped. It's a little complicated to turn up the volume, but I'll try. How's that? Thank you, Konami. Who here gets the joke? Now that's loud. Yep. 573 can be read Konami. It was, so if it goes off a second time. Whoops. There. I forgot to turn on the instant mic. I have two different mics. I've never heard this song. I only know that first Romancia song. You did not play more Elden Ring? Sinersha, I have played 27 hours of Elden Ring. All right, hang on. We got to do something. How does that part go? Oh, whatever. I did not predict where this song was going. You get the idea. I'm not going to say who it was because I don't know if they want to be identified, but I will say we have an Automaton Deluxe on the way thanks to an extremely generous viewer and friend. The Automaton Deluxe is easier to play at accurate pitch than the original. That is not to say it was Neko Majoko. Thank you so much. That is not to say that it is easy to play at accurate pitch. It's just easier. It's still hard. Somebody at me on the Discord, if you don't mind, and remind me to fix the cropping on the chat after this stream. Oh, fuck. I moved it somehow. All right, well, food's figured out and on the way, to my knowledge. I think it's time to spin the wheel again. Let me just stop this Romancia music here. Yeah, my OBS doesn't have Control Z yet. Hey there, Icarus. How's it going? All right, back to the wheel. We're 4 for 4 on these trophies, but a lot of these are tough, so we'll see how it goes. Just a moment. I'm fixing my Fubar 2000 volume. There. And spin the wheel. Yeah, I don't have the latest version, though. Shopping, please. That's who that is. What have we got? Frog Rescue. This one's fun. Does anybody know what Frog Rescue is? Can you guess it? We're not rescuing a frog. Does this help? For this one, I'm going to go ahead and I think we should allow a save state for this one too, but like be a lot more restrictive with it than with the previous one. No. Rescue a king as Frog Mario. I've never done this before. But this isn't a speedrun trick, to be clear. Yeah, they're not all hard. That Mario 2 one was hard. I didn't really mean to do that. That's fine. God, I haven't played Mario 3 in a while. I think the last time I played this was before I started VTubing, right? Or did I maybe load it up on my birthday or something? No, you have to get to World 2. Oh, shit. Duke, thanks for the raid. How's it going? I don't think I realized you could do that way. I have many good memories of this game. Dubious. Guys, I'm going to pause the timer real quick. If you're sticking around after the raid, I want you to know what's going on. We're earning gaming trophies, and hey, thanks for the follow. I will explain what that means in just a moment, but I want to recrop this chat because this is driving me nuts. There we go. Okay, so we're earning trophies, and here's how you earn trophies. You go to the wheel, and you spin the wheel, and it lands on a challenge that you then have 1 hour to do. So the ones that we got were Sex Panther Boost, which took 34 seconds. The Magine, which took, 17 minutes? That was painful. The Ceiling Skip, which is a Castlevania 1 speedrun trick. That took a while. And then the Fast Albatos, which is going through stage 6-2 of Mario 2 without waiting on Albatos's moving to the right. So you just make a big series of like death-defying jumps. And it's awesome. Then we landed on Frog Rescue, meaning I have to save a king in Super Mario Bros. 3 with the frog. So that's what's going on here. Hey, thank you so much, Ultimo. How are you? The donation tracker here is just because I'm trying to raise money to pay my rent. And then there's another gimmick today. If you go to bingo.level.tv, first of all, please enter a username that matches your own username. Your Twitch username. And You're trying to get a bingo. The first bingo, a prediction setup. Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah, .lv's board. I know. I actually tried to enter .lv by mistake. But anyway, so this is mostly for fun, but I will say I have another thing that I do where I'm trying to beat every action platformer, so like Castlevania, Mega Man style games ever released on consoles, 32 bits and earlier. And usually these games are picked by raffle, but whoever calls the first bingo today, if I verify it, if it's a real bingo, thanks for the follow. If it's a real bingo, then you pick one of these and it'll be the next game in that series. So, without further ado, back to the video game. Control, resume. All right. I don't think we should allow save states for this one because it's so fast to get there. How'd Witch Haven go, Duke? Why does Witch Haven sound so familiar? Have I like watched? Hey, thanks for the follow. That's it. That's the rare follow notification more than once in a row, by the way, for anyone who has that on their bingo card. Way faster than you expected to? Was that going to be one of your like every Sunday for a while games? How long did it last? You're waiting for the jump scare. All those spaces originally were like jump scared by notifications, and then after like 2 seconds of thought, it was like, wait a second. That's incredibly free. Oop. Oop. No, I was not scared by the Duke raid. I don't know why not, but I wasn't. This is where the game starts to get hard. Mario 3's hard, dude. Yeah, the raids don't always get me. The raid alert is like really pleasing. You know? It's not like an abrupt sound. It's like, because that's okay. I don't know what hit me, but that's fine. I think that's like a sound that like a car GPS would make as soon as you arrive home. Wrong emote. Donation scared is its own square. Hey, thank you, Sneaker Nets. I need this. This the hammer? Nope. If you're curious, far and away the hardest challenge of the day was doing 6-2 in Mario 2 without waiting on Albatos's. Mario 3 or Mario World? They're kind of equal in my mind. I guess, no, I like Mario 3 more. I think they're both fine video games. I like Mario 2 more. Frog Mario, it's just a suit. I am Frog Mario. For years you have been asking. Oh, you dope. I feel like You Dope should have been a bingo square in hindsight. Whoops. Yeah, I am, Bonesy. F is for fast. What, Duke? It's extremely ugly, really? I think this game looks great. Different strokes. Fear not, gamers. It looks as though the sun is angry at Mario, but this is all a play. They're actors in a play in this. The sun can't do this to you in real life. You're safe. 5 up. You Dope is me talking to myself. There is not. Thank you, Sneakernets. Mario 3. Wink. I'm winking at you. This. Whoops, don't do that. Right on, dude. Hey, thank you for the follow. Whoop. Pacha. Shoop. Oh, shoop hasn't been said in a while. Sha! Ha! Never mind. I thought I got hit. Whoop. Oh, okay. Okay, it's in here, right? The frog suit? Huagen only happened that one time, but Neo Antoine was quick on the clip button. So what do these guys give you? They give you another whistle? Is this Sisters of Mercy? See, so every attempt at this is only going to take about 10 minutes. It feels a little cheap to use a save state. Maybe if 4 attempts fail, then from the 5th on, a save state is permitted as an emergency measure. Maybe I will. That sounds really hard. There aren't any levels that are technically impossible for the frog suit, right? Wait. Make it and don't use it. Yeah, that's a good idea. The attempt is, I'm trying to beat this castle as Frog Mario. Or rather, this airship. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I've never done this before, but it's not a speedrun thing, so you don't get to check that one off your bingo card when I pull it off. God, Frog Mario is so awkward to control. This fucking rules. Are there hacks of this where you only play Frog Mario? Because he controls like dog shit. Yeah, he really is kind of frustrating. No, like you make a ROM hack where it's possible to beat the whole game with Frog Mario. Maybe throw in fun frog levels. Maybe do some fractions. That's good, Morris. The frog suit challenge. So we have half an hour where save states are not allowed. That is the decision I just made. That is Mario Maker 2 exclusive, I think. Does he stop hopping if you do that? Wait. Oh, whoa. There we go. The frog suit challenge is the latest TikTok fad. Yeah, it's where you try to eat an entire tablespoon of frog suit, but don't do it. People have been blocking their windpipes. Ah, shoot. Threw me over. Can run on water? That is sick. Yeah, maybe he can then. Org. I'm doing this because I'm really scared I'm gonna get hit by one of these things if I don't. I don't really care about the points. Uh-oh. What's gonna happen now? Sheriff, I'm doing something here. Thank you, Sepasite. That's what I'm doing. I'm drinking water. Come hell or high water. Adam, I just heard about this thing. It's called object permanence. You're in for some real revelations. Let me tell you. Have you not seen that before, Icarus? That comes and goes because sometimes it really annoys me. So I throw a tantrum and turn it off for a couple months. I've heard that one before. The Doot level. Oh. Why? Actual annoyed. I don't know. It's fine. That's good, Bonesy. Oh, Dot. Oh, Dot! God. Looking like I've never played a video game before in my life. Which I haven't. Dumb. What's a video game? Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Why don't you tell me? Is Mario easy? I don't feel like Mario 3's that hard. Oh yeah, that's not roulette. Why? Olivia, I'm having a good time. How are you? It has been a stream of accomplishments. And now I'm thinking about learning to speedrun Super Mario Brothers 2. Nice. That's a good way to be. Do I have anything? Oh, I have to go get the Koopa Troopa. I have to do a whole extra level. Whoop. Wow, that one eye means business. Hello? Hello? Phone? I had to like look directly at my iPhone for a little bit. Nah, it's still going nuts, isn't it? Should this count as the Crusher face? What's going on here? Yeah, my iPhone. The only Mario game I could ever speedrun ever. This one, because I don't like to speedrun games that I love, because I get kind of sick of them. Dude, this is just going nuts, the tracking. I guess I should just beat this level. Yeah, it's not quite Crusher. I'm not sure the Crusher face is ever going to happen again. Now that I'm using an iPhone for tracking. We're going to have to rethink that square. I've got a startup on the way. It's all about disrupting that square. What do you mean by game feel? Like the controls and stuff? I like the controls in this game a little better. The big reason that I like it so much, though, is, No, the bricks are only actually guys in, the first Mario, I think. The big reason that I like this more than Mario World is the levels are really short and always have, like, a really strong, like, central gimmick. Is it actually laggy? What's wrong with Butterbridge? Butterbridge damn near killed her. That's all I got. Oh shit, is this one of the guys that shakes the floor when he lands? That would be, I think, especially hard. God, oh God! Oh, this sucks. Whoop. Oh no, I slipped off the cannon. Oh, nuts. So what is this guy's deal then? The boss of 2, what does he do? Is he just a normal Mario 3 boss? See, if we had allowed save states, this would have been done already, which I don't think would have been very fun, personally. I see. The Fortress whistle is faster than that other whistle, right? I use save states for the Sex Panther and the Castlevania. No, the Castlevania I didn't use. There was some other. Yeah, the Mario 2 one. That's right. Yeah, true. Like if we're using save states, it's so likely that I'm eventually going to succeed that over under is probably a more interesting bet. I mean, not that there are certainly some tricks that are so hard that you could have a perfect practice save state and still take more than an hour to do it once, but they're not that common. Iceless should probably be over under, I think, because I've done that on stream twice. Magine was hard. Yeah. My eyes aren't working well, so. Hey, thank you so much, Ultimo. Very close to making rent this month. Oop, oop. Whoops. How do you go through this level fast? I don't have a donate command. There's just a link in my bio, my Twitch bio. I'm stretching. Oh, you jump over the top, okay. Why? Oh, is that the link? I was actually thinking we should add a bingo command to the bot, Sheriff. Might be a little confusing, though, if people trip the command on days that I'm not doing bingo. I don't know what to do about. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oop. Nope. Dumbass. Thank you, Rachel's dumb roommate. Oh, that's it, right? That met the goal. Thank you, everybody. That is a load off. Rent trophy, yeah. I got big plans for that scent. I was gonna say I'm gonna take that to the Nickelcade, but it's like, wait a sec. Hey, thank you, Invaderoid. Boy. Yeah, secondary gold bills. Yep, that is true. Any older SRW games? I don't know. Streamlabs won't, yeah. I think I have direct credit card donations turned off. Like, it has to be through PayPal. So that's probably what's going on there. Oh, whoops. Again, don't be alarmed. Hey, thank you, number. Oh, that's good. That's a good number. Well, get out of the Mario, you dope. We have achieved funny. Oh my gosh. Which one of these has the hammer? It's this one. Probably I do. So maybe I'm just biased. That was weird. I don't think I've ever traded hits with an enemy in this game before. Finding new ways to fuck up. Oh, alright, see ya. That's not how that trick works. Whoops. Whoops. Damn, that's the first death, isn't it? I don't think this is the hammer, but let's find out. Are you the hammer? Nope. Is the Wiggly for the Hammer Brothers song? That's good. Which stage is this? Is this the 694.20? Thank you, Rachel Stoppermate. Did I put like funny numbers on the bingo card or something? Why is everybody doing this? Oops. Starman JSP hates these numbers so much. I see. Sheriff very subtly trying to pump Starman for money. Aha. Did she do the Mario 2 thing? I know she was thinking about it while I was doing it. Man, don't fly in this level. Not very productive. Yeah, you know the SpongeBob where they're laughing at 24 or 25 or something? That's a really relatable episode for me. All right, take 3. I think so, Sheriff. I might just win it, though. You never know. Oh, fuck. I'm already fucked. Fine. We're good. I keep forgetting you can't crouch with Frog Mario. And his hitbox is shockingly tall. There are so many Wigglies in the world. I know way more VTubers who have Wigglies than don't. Okay, we're to the boss, but But I have to beat the boss. He shoots... They shoot magic? I fucking forgot. It's been a minute. Yo, I did it! Oh, man! Whew. I've never done this before. I know it has like a funny line or something. Oh me, oh my. You've been transformed. Hey, thank you, some call me Johnny. How are you? I did it. That's my trophy. Hey there. What were you up to, some call me Johnny? Thanks for the follow. All right, that's actually really good timing. I just finished a challenge, so I can explain to you guys what's going on here. You lost 10 points. I'm so sorry. Thanks for the follows, everybody. All right, check this out. What was I gonna do? Hang on. Oh, a Q&A. That's cool. You lost 4,600. All right. Here's what we're doing. I got it in my head that I wanted to like earn trophies, but I only play retro games which don't have them, and so I made my own. And here's how it works. I have a wheel. The wheel has a whole bunch of tricks. These are anything from like just challenges to like secrets to like, hey, thank you, Duke Donuts, to like speedrun tricks, right? And so I spin the wheel, and whatever it lands on, I have an hour to pull it off. So far we're 5 for 5, so I'm thinking I need to make this more difficult. Thank you, Minion Man. So I just rescued the king in Mario 3 with the frog suit, which I've never done before. That is a new one to me. Oh, and I was thinking about it. It's like, oh, I should have started with the Tanuki suit or the Hammer Brothers suit, because there are special lines for those too, but they're easier than the frog. So like I did the hardest of these challenges first. I love this song so much, Ultimo. So that's what I'm up to. And I have a project that I'm doing. It is called Platformageddon. Basically, I like Castlevania kind of games a lot, so I'm trying to put together a list of criteria that'll help me narrow down the gigantic list of all platformers released on retro consoles. Hey, thank you, Sepasai. Enjoy your emote, Sayako. So this is narrowing it down to games that are like kind of like Contra or Castlevania or Mega Man or something. And I have a big master list. It's like hundreds of them. And then my bot chooses 5. And we run a raffle, and whoever wins the raffle picks the next game in the series. However, for today, whoever calls bingo first, which I'll explain in just a second, picks from the list as if they won the raffle. Which brings me to the last gimmick of the stream. This is a really gimmick-heavy stream. They're not usually like this. But if you go to bingo.level.tv and you want to play along, please enter a username that matches your actual Twitch username, and then screenshot it when you get bingo so that I can verify only the first bingo winner gets the free raffle win. Yeah, I couldn't think of anything, Icevy. Actually, Altazimith had a really good idea for gimmick, though. Yeah, they're not usually like this, but but today is all about gimmicks. Yeah, it would be. So, I gotta I gotta spin the wheel again, see what the next trophy we're trying to land is. So, without further ado, let's spin it. What have we got? Oh yeah, they'll get it. Congratulations. I honestly want to come up with some sort of prize that you win for winning bingo, but not being the first one. Small Fire Mario. I don't think I've ever done this one either. Cool. Do you guys know about Small Fire Mario? Where's Mr. Gimmick? On eBay for a lot of money. Yeah, it's been really Mario heavy. I think this is mostly Mario, these challenges, but for prediction on this one, will it take longer than half an hour? A bigger Luke thing. All right, Mario time. Looks like the game's not too loud. That's correct, yeah. I'm not a Mario pro, by the way. It took me kind of a while to beat this game without warping or gaming over. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna do some greedy jumps. Come on, neighbors and ceiling fan. Oh. Jump over the flagpole is on this wheel, yep. Wink. Wait, which one's the fire flower? Don't tell me, I think I figured it out. Whoops. Yep. Oh, I also want to say, please don't spoil Elden Ring in chat. I am a lot further along than most people are. Dubious. I was mid-sentence. Oh, timer started a while ago. Timer started a while ago. I'm sorry, I just forgot to do it. But hey, thanks for the follow. As exciting as the game is. Oh, Tot, you dope. I'm not even sure you can get Fire Mario back before 1-1-4. 2 minutes in, okay. Whoops. Oh my gosh. Remember what I said about not being great at Mario? That would be awesome. Yeah, that's right. Oop. Right. Will this go to the right if I hit the left side of the block? Is that how it works in Mario 1? Or did it just go to the right because it was going to go to the right? Whoop. There we go. They always move right? Okay. What about Mario World? Rachel, does it not work that way in that game? I almost walked into the pit. That would have been something. Now, if I lose this, I can't get fire again, right? So I would have to reset. Is that correct? Oh my gosh. Why did I say words? No, flagpole jump has to come up on the thing. Well, I missed the thing. I guess we're going this way. Mario, but it scrolls left. That's actually surprisingly disorienting. Have you ever played NES Remix? Duke? NES Remix is fun. I kind of wish they would, like, make a better version of it. Because, like, even though I like the game, I think it would be fair to call it a little underbaked. To display the current medal challenge. Yeah, we need to find a place to put that. Yeah, Luigi Brothers sounds right. what I was thinking was in the future, it'll go where the bingo URL currently goes. But since bingo is brand new this stream, I wanted that on screen all the time. And it's easy enough for me to just answer when people ask which challenge I'm going for. Bongo board. How much do you think a bongo board costs? Like the arcade game Bongo? I've done one of the Castlevania challenges. I think there's another. Which that's gonna have to be an over or under on attempts. And not a will I do it at all. Oh, there are not any left intact. Yeah, okay. So if you find one, it's like one of those broken for parts deals or what? A Galaxian mod kit, I see. I would totally go to Japan to play Bongo. Whoop. I don't know how this works, by the way. We're gonna wing it. I have an idea. And if my idea is right, I think I kind of have to get lucky, but we'll see. Oh. What did I do wrong there? Was I not supposed to touch the D-pad? Yeah, but how? Because I jumped and I tapped right exactly once. I didn't touch Bowser, yeah. I'm not sure why I didn't, though. I love that, the 90 FPS Bowser emote. There's something really funny about Bowser specifically being animated really smoothly. Oblek Goblek. Thank you. That tracker's just for my rank, guys. I don't usually have one up. How would you even view a 200 FPS animation? Like, are there monitors that have refresh rates that high? No, that's cool. Oh, I have an embarrassing confession. I have no idea what Down with the Sickness sounds like. I know it's a really famous song, but there are monitors over 300, I see. CRT only emotes. That would be awesome. I wonder what that looks like. Like, I definitely can see the difference between 60 hertz and 144. I wonder if there is ever a point where, like, a higher refresh rate is not detectable. Isn't there a reason for... 144 hertz makes sense because, it's divisible by 24, right? Or am I thinking of 120? Oh yeah, 120 is also divisible by 24. 24 matters because movies are usually 24 frames a second. Oh, it divides by 12. Does 12 like matter for anything? Any like video content that people are gonna actually like view? I'm not arguing, I'm genuinely asking. I don't know. Gotta get under Bowser. Please. Bowser. Give me something I can run under. Is this like random, his jumping patterns? Dot. I don't... Rusty... I mean, Rachel already knows what I'm gonna say about 1080p. It's probably her problem with it too. Which is that it's not divisible by 240. And a whole lot of... Like, retro video games are generally all 240 or 480p. Yeah, that's right, Ellie. I had a fire flower. I'm not supposed to kill him. Huh. That's weird. Ratchet and Clank I missed out on. I'm not sure if I'm, like, too old to have been, like... obviously, you're never too old to play Ratchet and Clank. What I mean is, like, I'm not sure if I, like, aged out of the demographic they were marketing that to, or if I just wasn't paying attention. Yeah, that's right. GT5 has 1080i. Or 4, yeah. Yeah, they don't care. But 4K is divisible by 240, so you can integer scale very old video games. Oh yeah, 15 years, yeah. I'm not like too old for Ratchet and Clank. In that case. Why am I doing this? I guess I'm starting to feel nervous. Like I need to speed these up. I'm gonna have to make a bunch of attempts on them. Okay, it was popular when the only game that I played was Guilty Gear. That makes sense. Warmer. I could make s'mores on those pixels. E10 exists now? So, like, full disclosure, I don't, like, play a lot of new video games. Like, I like the Souls games. I am liking Elden Ring a lot. But other than that, I just kind of... Nice, Jordan. How'd that go? So there's a lot that I just do not know about newer video games. It's not like I don't like them, it's just like I don't have the time. Sarduce, that's what I would have done too. You're valid. Any story? That's actually a good idea. Yeah, some of these are going to take more setup. In fact, I have a spreadsheet with a bunch that I can't do, so they're not on the wheel. Because I would have to, like... Interesting. You know, movies are not like that. I know this because I like horror movies a lot. And, horror is one genre where you will really notice if something is not rated R. And, PG-13, is that, like, the rated T for movies? I forget. Like, PG-13 movies just make so much more money that a lot of people won't greenlight an R-rated, even horror movie. Hey, thank you, Bug. My roommate put tacos on the stairs. That has to have already happened, Sneaker Nets. It probably just didn't come out in the US. What have you done, Dot? Why would you do this? This is recoverable. It's just silly. Oh, Dot. Oh. Go. Slushy cat. I always forget that emote exists. Hey, thanks for the follow. Whoa there, Dot. Easy there, Dot. But it's time to hydrate. Can that be done, Bridgewater? Like the whole game? Yeah, it comes and goes, Ellie. Sometimes it startles me like all the time. Like, I don't really understand the most consistent way to get under him. It feels like it's just stay close and then run under, but with this large Mario? Okay. What if I just did a... Well, but I can't, because I can't get the axe. Hello? You know what I mean? Like, it's too difficult to get the momentum. That's actually pretty easy with small Mario. Go over? Yeah, I tried that. It was odd. Like, something ate my momentum. The Snickers bar platform. That last jump is hard. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna do that. I could do that on like a per level basis. Stop it. The eyes are just going nuts. Did they have Snickers emotes? That doesn't ring a bell. Wink. Now you're gonna wonder if I'm lying. If the winking just happens to go off at random when I say something. Be like, I'm real good at this one. Hello, wink, wink, wink. There we go. Huh. I'm gonna have to tweak the eye tracking settings. I was like working on, or I was messing with this when I first got the phone, and I had it pretty well figured out so I could wink on command. My guess is I bumped the phone, and so it's not in the exact same position. Yeah, they're not. I switched to tracking my model a different way. I used to use a standard webcam. But the problem with that is I could not wear my glasses. So for over a year now, I've been gaming without my glasses, which is weird. And the reason I had to do that is without using an iPhone's camera to track my my facial movements and animate the model accordingly, my pupils would just bounce all over the place. Like, are the glasses what give me my superpowers? Didn't I game better without? or without them. You... Why'd I do that? That was risky. What? How do you do this? I'm trying this now. Well, unless that happens. Not in a really long time. So do you just tap right? How do you do this? So you do definitely have to touch the D-pad, I think. I'm doing the jump too early, I bet. I think I figured it out. Yeah, the resolution of the Game Boy Color is smaller than the NES. There are a lot of Game Boy Color ports of NES games that, like, you'd think they would run fine since the GBC is, like, more powerful hardware. But the display, or the resolution is smaller. Yeah, like, a lot smaller. 80 pixels matters a lot when you're only working with 224 anyway. And, Crystalis on the Game Boy Color in particular really suffers from this because it's an action RPG where you move really fast. So you're just constantly crashing into enemies because you are zoomed way in. You can't see anything. Whoops. Whoops. Oh my gosh. These Mario skills, man. What do you think? Should I quit my day job and just be a Mario player? Hey, I'm playing Mario. Oh, sucking. Come on. One, 3. I feel like this must not be a very difficult trick, because if I recall, they like wrote about it in the Nintendo Fun Club and stuff. Like it's been common knowledge for a really long time. Whoa. Whoa. There we go. If only Ultimo. I need to hurry up and win this challenge because my food's getting cold. That one time in Japan? No. Oh, I introduced bingo today for anyone who hasn't gone to this site. One of the bingo squares is me recounting a story about being... I didn't move the D-pad over like far enough. Is Sayo any good? Well, I can, but I wanna do this now. I wanna strike while the iron's hot. You know, the iron is obviously hot, or I would be failing this over and over again. Do I? I don't know. Let me think about it. Oops. Wouldn't it be funny if this was the trophy I failed? After getting like the Castlevania ceiling skip thing. I have decided, Slushy Cat, that it doesn't. That was what I had in mind, but supposing we played a video game that had ceiling fans and I ran into the ceiling fans or something. You know what I mean? The fan is running today. It could happen. You thinking of the food? Yeah, you know. Cold food eats the same as hot food. It's the same stuff. Oops. Please, Ellie, no. You're thinking of air fryers. Get it? I'm not explaining that one. Oh, Dot! Don't jump up there. You knew not to jump up there, and you did it anyway. Why am I going up here? I'm playing on autopilot. Whoop. Dude, Mario 1 is so fun. There was a time in my life where I was like, kind of the opinion that Mario 1 had aged poorly, and I was like, well, it was fun at the time. I don't feel that way anymore. I think this game rules all the time. You don't like it? Yeah, well, you know, that's just me. Yeah, I thought it was Rona Altana. Nobody has mentioned it, which makes me wonder if we forgot to put it in there. Gotta get over Bowser. I did it. The trick's not done. The trick's not done. It's not done yet. This is the setup for the trick. All right, it's still not quite done. Where are the other items in this level? Oop. I'm like super scared now. I'm giving up. There may have been a fire flower in there, but... Oh, I got excited. Dude, they didn't put any fire flowers in this game. They forgot. I'm not Small Mario right now, by the way. We're getting there. All right, that's it. 26 minutes, 35 seconds. So even allowing for the 2 minutes that the timer wasn't running, that's it. That's under half an hour. Isn't this cool? Look how cool Small Fire Mario looks. I also like how he, like... They should, like... What if they put this in a new Mario game? Or they gave him, like a little, like, baby fire flower, and then when he hits V, he goes, like, whoa, like Master Roshi. Doesn't Master Roshi do that? Who is it that gets big in Dragon Ball? That's half the cast. You know what I mean. That's it. That's 6 trophies. I'm gonna be totally honest. I didn't think these were gonna be that easy. Before I eat, do you guys want some automaton? I bet you do. Oh, this is impossible. We need the slow version. Whoa, this song is hard. Good night, Small Prince. Wow, that one's really hard. Not. Now there are two of me. Now there are two of me. Not all songs are equally difficult to play on the Automaton. I think this is in a specific key that's like really awkward. All right, 6 trophies. The theory of the Mobius. Oh. Well, I have to eat. This is only going to take me like 5 or 10 minutes, but be patient with me. And then we can go back to the wheel. I'm going to take a break. You can take a break too if you want. If not, I don't know. I'm sorry. See you soon. You know, if you need me to forget to unmute, it's probably not to your advantage to let me know that, because it's just going to remind me to unmute. I finished all my tacos. Oh, wait. I forgot this one. Hang on. There. Now I finished all my tacos. Oh. I earned that one, Rona. You are right. You are correct. what do you say? Me and you, we all agree to spin the wheel. What do you think? It might just work. Yeah, it was a local place. Infinite, it's Mario 1 again. Hey, Sepasai, thank you. This is another Super Mario Brothers 1 trick I have never done. Yeah, Mario, this ended up being all Mario. Well, I'm gonna look at these. How many of these are Mario? Okay, a lot of them are Mario. Yeah, that's why. I didn't really mean to do that, but that works. So, there is a trick to get infinite lives in Super Mario Brothers 1. I don't think I need to tell you about it because I feel like it's one of the most famous tricks in a video game. But wait, what happened? Oh yeah, prediction. Will I pull it off? Jordan, I don't want to know that trick. That's gross. Can the first warp zone take you to World 3? It can, right? Slushy. There we go. Do you have to... Well, Uncle Pooh's a funny video game, though. Do you have to be Big Mario or anything? I was not confident that that would work. This is the finite one-ups trick. We got that one in the bag. No, I missed the warp zone. Oh, the timer. Yeah, I'm real bad at this timer, man. Maybe I'll get better at this as the as we keep doing these streams. I think this is fun. I want to do this again. Oh, I think there's like a hidden one up in this level now. I sort of hope I don't Kaizo block myself with it. It's somewhere weird, isn't it? Like, is it here? Weird corruption lines. Is it just in the video game feed? It doesn't matter. I got so upset because I forgot we're not doing something that requires I be Big Mario. Yeah, if you're seeing it in the game, then that's normal for Mario 1. SMB suffers from it 1/3 of the time that you power the console on, I believe. Yeah. Alright, so I skip this one, right? And then do I just, like... How does it work? Is there a specific stair I need to do it on? Yeah, like that. Whoops. We have to all start going for trophies. We need to all do this. Whoa. He came to get me. Trophy race. That's a... I wouldn't personally participate. You can't not ruin the trick. What if they made it possible? Actually finishing a damn game for once. Didn't you do that literally today, Duke? You earned a trophy. Does it? Yeah. I'm not surprised. Ricky. I was told big and small didn't matter, but... It doesn't have to be upside down, does it? Like, does this work? How do you do this? So, like, do I need to be flush with the stair? My back has to be turned, right? Did I imagine that? Oh, okay, so I don't have to be turned around. Mm-hmm. Hey, Antoine, how's it going? So I should skip the first Wink. I should skip the first Koopa, right? And try the second. Yo, why is this level so hard? Okay. Did I do it? Is that how you get infinite one-ups? Whoa. I got menaced by that Koopa. Yeah, no one ever plays it. Yeah, I'd never beaten this game warpless before, like, it's like a couple months before I started VTubing. So, like, October or November of, that would have been 2020, I guess. And, Poor Neglected World 3. Anyway, yeah, like, playing the game warpless is... It's something I feel everybody should do. Whoops. I feel I should have gotten a fire flower for safety. Hey, thank you, Sheriff. And Sheriff. You got to stage 1 too? Then you were disqualified from the warpless category. I see. Dude, we should definitely add speedrunning Strider to this list, right? Whoops. I was starting to go to World 4. Whoop. All right. I will, thank you, Antoine. It is, yeah. It is a speedrun that I've been told it is possible to learn in under an hour. It's, oh my gosh, dude. That's why I think it would be fun to put on this thing. I really need to be grabbing that one up in 1-2 so I get more tries at this. Mario experts, do you find that this trick is easier if you do a full jump? You do a small jump? Yeah, it doesn't take that long. Could it? Hey, I got the double jump. Yeah, AGDQ did do that. Was Jimmy Poopins involved in that, actually? I think he was. Yeah. Jimmy Poopins, he's a friend of mine. He's like the great god of Ninja Gaiden 2. He held the any percent record for that game for a really long time, and it was like an absurdly well executed run. He plays a lot of other stuff too. Lawnmower is the other game that I associate with Jimmy and Moon Crystal. Where do you do your full jump? Which trick? No. Whoops. Whoops. That happened. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, maybe it's like an ARG. I'm about to announce like Epic Mario. Like Epic Mickey, but for Mario. Do you do a small jump? Why'd that happen? He started bouncing, why didn't it? Can you see why I've never done this? Warren Spector's Mario. Is that the guy? No. Who's the guy that made that Castlevania for Netflix? Warren Ellis, that's right. I'm doing it. Hang on. We have to... There. Oh, he's gonna wake up! Oh, well. Point is, I got a lot of lives. No, it does not require the overflow to count. Although, I mean, I could overflow it now, but it would just be time consuming. Because I got so many 1-ups just now that I have like infinite tries at it, you know? Effectively. So hey, how about that? This is a surprisingly tough trick, but honestly, the fact that I was trying to set it up with a full jump, I think was the issue. If I had to guess, I wonder if I was building too much downward momentum. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's right. How many did I actually get? Yeah, let's find out. I hope it's at least crown. That's 18, I think. You know what's funny about that? I was always under the impression that was like a bug. Supposedly that's on purpose. Like that's an Easter egg for if you got more than 9 lives, it would give you a little crown to commemorate your achievement. What if the gamer trophies were crowns? You know? Oh, that's a bingo square. Does anyone have that? Like suddenly getting really loud mid-sentence and then going back to normal volume. Well, Mario's fun, but I'm not going to finish it right now. You know what we should do? If no one has a bingo when it's time to end, we should start doing it like real bingo and just calling out squares at random to have people fill in. Almost. Oh, no, it doesn't count as a volume check. That's a funny idea, though. Back to the wheel. Back to the wheel. Oh my gosh, I knocked my automaton over. Yeah, I think a lot of people are on like a... how do I put this? Volume checks have happened already. Have you been waiting on that one thing that already happened a couple times for your bingo? We're spinning the wheel. What have we got? Oh, okay. All right, well, we have to re-roll that. We already did both of these. Again, bankrupt. That's funny. Oh yeah, that thing, a couple people were asking, jump the flagpole. All right, let's just do every Mario 1 World 3 challenge in a row. Oh man. I love this variety stream where I play a whole bunch of different games so we don't get tired of any single one of them. Nintendo sponsored wheel. Oh man. I'm excited for this one. This is another thing that like I remember people saying was possible. Prediction is just yes, no. If we get Minus World next, I kind of want to re-roll it. I won't because that one's easy, but woo! You scared me, Ultimo. What happened there? I like clipped into that block. I think it's really precise, Ellie. I kind of did the setup, but... I don't know, this might be one of the good ones to bet no on. Oh, hey, this reminds me. Tomorrow is usually Platformageddon. Oh, how does that one even work? So Mondays are usually Platformageddon, but I'm getting my booster shot in the afternoon, and so if I'm having side effects, we're gonna push it to a different day. That might be Tuesday, honestly, but I don't have like a schedule set for. Yeah, I have to. I'm getting my booster shot so I can finally use charge shots against Pharaoh Man, who's been menacing me for months. and might mean that I can't stream on Monday. Now, my first 2 doses of the vaccine, I'll say I had no side effects other than the sore arm, which almost everybody got. I feel like I should go for the infinite 1-ups. Oh, but if I miss this, I complete the level. Okay, we should use a save state for this one, actually. So, can you cancel that prediction? Refund everybody's points? And make it instead over under 20 minutes? Can a mod who didn't bet do that? I could do it if every mod got in on the bet. I was like, oh, I'll just farm 1-ups and keep trying this over and over again. And then it occurred to me that if you miss it, you go to 3-4, and then you have to start over from 1-1. Mods can vote on them, or bet on them. Yeah, this is my 3rd dose that I'm getting. I'm not sure if you have to set that manually or what. It did used to be the case that mods couldn't participate in predictions at all. Now it's that they... Okay, I wanted to be sure I actually did remember to turn save states on. Now it's that they can only... report results of predictions that they themselves did not participate in. You know what I'm saying? You're trying, Ultimo. You're trying. Where do you do this save state? Like, it's coming up, isn't it? Yeah, this is the one. All right, here we go. We need to find something out. Okay. That's what it looks like. There we go. No, I missed the jump button. Oh, nuts. This is all messed up. Yeah, you get a lot of points for that. There's a YouTube channel I really like called You Can Beat Video Games, where he explains how to do this. Oh, I jumped too early. Now we're good. Man, that is tough. So, I think the trick is do it like that. Yeah, all right. So I believe that's down all the way now. Wait, what am I doing? I've messed up. Oh, look at that. I got an extra pixel out of it somehow. Man, this is hard. I can't tell, like, do you need to run for longer, I wonder, than I'm doing? That it feels like that. Whoops. Whoop. I'm on an original console, by the way. I'm using an EverDrive. Okay, it's up, it's up, it's up. Yeah, the wraparound Goomba kill. Hey, thank you, partner. How's it going? I started to call you number 9, if you must know. Thank you, number 9. Oop, determined dot. Yes, that's why the pout face is on. Whoops. Nope. Like, I don't know if this part is net. I'm gonna try it from this position again. You had to return it. I'm sorry. Man. That looks good. So, man. This is tough. Has anyone here done this? Nice, that's cool. You know what I would call a soccer podcast if I had one? The Attacking Third. You didn't know? Yeah. Hey, have fun with that, Jordan. I love that game. Went back up. Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine that one is easier than this, but maybe. Well, why would you go down here at this juncture, Dot? There we go. Oh, ooh, all right, that's it. took about 10 minutes when you consider that I forgot to run the timer. Check this out. Isn't this awesome? The hidden warp zone of the Plus world. Yeah, Duke, I'm gonna add that to the bingo. Obviously, it doesn't work for every stream, but they don't have to because this is like the alpha version of the bingo. This is partly like a stress test because everyone's on their bingo doing it. We're gonna have control in the future so that you don't actually have to check stuff off manually. Instead, I will control it like from my stream deck. And I'm also going to be able to selectively include only options that make sense. So the Crusher only on days when I'm using webcam tracking. Yes, they would say Level Machine broke about this. Hey, there's Small Fire Mario. I did that one again. I did it, man. When I was a kid, the thought that you might be able to get over the flagpole was just so fascinating. And then, like people said, like in that Skip Rogers book, I'm pretty sure it said how to get over the flagpole. And I don't know if they said what was past it. So in my head, not understanding how video games work, I thought, oh, what if there's like a secret level there? You know? Yeah, another Mario trophy roll. Maybe, Rachel. I know that the minus world is totally different in the FDS version, but that's not what you asked. Just, you know, this unrelated thing is also true. If oh man, all right, 8 trophies. We got a lot of the low-hanging fruit out of the way today. Well, it's TJ combo time. Yeah, we're platting SMB. Oh, time to spin the wheel. We've done half the wheel. I think there are 16 things. Hang on, let me count, which that's difficult for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 16. Not all of these are NES. I'm kind of shocked we haven't rolled like a Super NES one. Hint, hint. Well, we already did the ceiling skip. And everyone was impressed and they clapped. The Mario music is happening in my right ear right now. It's driving me nuts. This is indeed the Super Mario Brothers plat. There's a reason I didn't, like, kill the game. Yeah, this is Mario Day afternoon. Hang on. This time I'm gonna remember the timer. And start. Whoops. Prediction? Don't do it. Prediction. Actually, make the prediction. Will I get it in 3 tries? Yeah, the bingo space should be. That's funny. M to the A to the R-E. Oh, yeah, that's good. Except, it's I. Stop tape. Stop tape. I know how to spell. Yeah, you only have a little bit of time to chat or to predict. I don't know what the safe bet is here. Don't go all in on this one. Delete the VOD. Oh, I'm gonna set it up, but I'm not gonna start doing attempts until the prediction timer is up. Oops. It'd be funny if I went in the pipe. I think you want to take this one out. This one's tough. I'm glad no one's going all in on this. This one is probably not gonna happen. All right, ready? This is attempt 1. Attempt 2. Attempt 3. That one's a no, I'm sorry. Thank you, Jackpot. That sounds right. There we go. I'm in the minus world. What was that, my 5th? That was my 5th attempt, wasn't it? Again, they don't all have to be hard. I just want most of them to be, like, iconic in some way. I think the most obscure trick I've done today is probably that Mario 2 one. But that's something where, like, if you have not seen a Super Mario 2 speedrun before and then you watch one and they do 6-2, you're just like, whoa, that's so cool. Later. So it's like, yeah, Rachel would be able to explain it maybe, I can't. I have no idea what the timer was on that. I assume it was like 40 seconds. Oh, wait, no, because I started at the beginning of the game, right? Oh. Oh my gosh, I really messed up. This might be curtains. I'm out. Funny, I know I've heard the fast water music before. I think I've never heard it in any other context than the Minus World, though. There. Oh, look where the checkpoint is! Can you even recover from this? I'm gonna mash A really fast. Okay, yeah, you can. There. We did it. That is truly the plat. Well, I think we got like the gold achievement. Is there such thing as a gold achievement? Platting would involve getting a sub 5-minute speedrun time. You're 4 for 4, all right. Yeah, they haven't all been vote for me either. Some of them have been vote against me. Yeah, rare and ultra rare. There's a gold trophy, okay. If you continue, you continue at the Minus World, apparently. Now we know. Back to the wheel. If nobody gets bingo, we're gonna... I have an idea for that. I'm gonna start calling out random spaces until somebody calls bingo. Does that make sense? Ha ha, that's funny. That's funny, Duke. Anyway. I'm gonna spin the wheel. Alright. Hey, thank you, Mom. Guys, my real life mother just donated the precise amount to make the counter say boobs. I just want to point that out. All right, we're re-rolling that. We've done every Mario 1 challenge. Thank you, Mom. Oh. Iceless, there we go. A Super Nintendo game. Badass. All right, I'm gonna have to leave you with the TJ combo music for just a second while I plug in the Super NES. I was so sick of Mario, Ellie. Hello. It should be like 081. Delicious smile. People might do that like 0.81. Please don't. please don't subject people to that. All right. Give me just a second. I had to plug in my Super Nintendo. Is Iceless easy? No. Was that my 9th? That was my 9th, right? We're on 9 now. Iceless is hard. You're gonna find out. The prediction. Sheriff, can you keep like a tally of my attempts? Oh, I get it. Over or under 70 tries? I have a memory of doing this as a kid. I'm 100% convinced that that's false now. You know, sometimes you kind of invent memories. There's no way that I did this as a kid. Did you know? This is one of my favorite games. It's true. It's true. Oh, whoops. What did I do wrong? You know what? I forgot to change the controls. Yes, Slushy. You saw exaggeration and my brain read not an exaggeration. I was like, no. But yeah. Excuse me, Rachel? That's wild. There, I forgot to do that. That was important to do. Before I start the timer, and Sheriff, before you start logging attempts, I'm gonna explain how this trick even works and what it even is. So there is a heart tank at the end of this stage. Oh, it was more than a few minutes. God, I love Iron Sword. All right. I don't know how to play Mega Man X, by the way. I can kind of demonstrate this here. So I don't know if you can tell. I'm not flush with the wall. This is me being flush with the wall. See where X's fist is? So I'm going to stand like here instead. So when I'm flush with the wall, if I jump and I hold right, I'll slide down the wall. And there's a wall jump in the Mega Man X game, so you can like climb doing this. But here's the thing, you don't have to be in this state where you're sliding down the wall to jump. You have to be within 7 pixels of the edge of it. So you saw how X's fist was like touching this like power socket, but if I position him back here and I jump, and then I press jump again, I kick off the wall. This is, hang on. I think this is as far as I can be. Yeah. That's what allows Iceless to even work. And that's why I'm like dead certain I did not do this as a kid and I'm just remembering incorrectly. So the old fastest way to do this was to, and I don't know if anyone ever did speedruns using this strat because this trick has been known about for a really long time, to use the charged version of Shotgun Ice, which is the weapon you get for killing Chill Penguin. But there is a different way that does not require you to use that. Another thing you can do is finish the level and then revisit it and use Boomer Kuwanger's own weapon to collect that heart. It's kind of like getting the magnet beam in Electman's level, which this guy's pretty similar to Electman, so I think that was probably an intentional nod. So you want to avoid revisiting the stage, and it is faster to do this really tricky jump than to use the charged version of Shotgun Ice. I'm also probably gonna take a death before I get there. We'll find out. I'm pretty close. Oh my gosh. I thought Mega Man X was so cool as a kid that I was at... All right, don't start counting yet, Sheriff. I'm just going to explain how this works. So here's the deal. You want to be like pretty high up the wall and almost exactly 7 pixels away. And then you jump off the... you dash jump off of the wall from really far away, like that. And then you can grab onto that ledge with your back turned to it. I believe Iceless does not work on DOS. So every attempt looks like that. Does that make sense? Yes, that is exactly it, Slushy Cat. Every kick off of this up here at the top, that counts as an attempt. How many attempts am I at, Sheriff? Oh shit, I didn't start the timer. It's really good. Okay, three, that's fine. Do I need to go slower? Or is it like easy for you to keep up with this, Sheriff? Yeah, that's the ticket. Oh my god, I did it! Oh man. That was way faster than the last time I tried to do this. 29. That's what I'm trying to do. Delicious smile. Whew. It's actually cool that the 10th one was this. And 30 minutes felt fast too. I was feeling myself when I got it in half an hour of trying. Oh man. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, Dubious. That makes sense. Yeah. God Gamer Dot does it again. Oh man. That was fun. Yeah, I appreciate that, Sheriff. Because those were the only ones I was counting. Oh no, yeah. That is true. It voting against me was always the second option before. Did you go all in 8 lives? You won in spirit, okay. Well, I mean, that's fine. This is the first time we've done these streams. We don't have much experience with the prediction feature, to be honest. I think some people do it like this, where they like kick twice, like that. Nobody went in for more than 10K. Good, good, good. Well, we got Iceless. Hell yeah. You can another 15 times. Okay, yeah, you're fine. Beautiful. I was expecting that one to be more difficult. Get down to the second platform, Iceless. Yeah, I'll get right on that. You know what's funny? Whoops. This password, for some reason, oh, I know why. I was like, I don't know why I made the password like start you with Chill Penguin Dead, but the boots are in Chill Penguin stage, so that would be weird. Whoops. 45 times. I see. I don't know why I'm bothering killing this guy. True, yeah. Whoops. Damn, I got owned. Yeah, I killed an innocent Pingigo. Oh man. All right, back to the wheel. We've only got 6 spaces left. What are they? Fast Air, Mystery, Beat Reptile, Bat Crit, 2 more. Lander Bomb, Climb the Castle. So we're just gonna be re-rolling over and over again. Yeah, post it in Discord, please. Yeah, Beat Reptile's fun, right? I really hope that one gets rolled. I don't. Getting to Reptile is going to be part of the fun. All right, let's spin the wheel for some value of fun. Oh, it was so close to Beat Reptile. Let's try again. All right, let me take a look at it, Slushy. After the wheel stops spinning. The Magine we already did. All right, on Discord. Did you at me? Nope. Oh, it's a media post? You did at me. That's not a Crusher face, no. All right, let me roll, spin the wheel again. Beat Reptile was the hardest Mega Man X boss. That's funny. The Magine was the first one I rolled. I'm beginning to identify some problems with the wheel. I have an idea. Let's just get rid of all the ones that I've done. No more Jump the Flagpole. No more Sex Panther. No more Small Fire Mario. No more Frog Rescue or Ceiling Skip or Fast Albatross or Iceless or Infinite Lives or Minus World or the Magine. What is this? All right, so Fast Air needs to be purple. Climb the Castle needs to be white. Lander Bomb needs to be purple. Bat Crit needs to be white. And Beat Reptile needs to be purple. And save settings. Did the wheel disappear? It should have. That's what all the speedrunners call it, yeah. Spin wheel. Very readable text. Why does it look like that? That's Bat Crit. Also, for some reason, it messed up the order. You missed a lot of challenges. We're up to 10 trophies. All right, Bat Crit is an NES challenge. This is gonna be what? This is gonna be another save state challenge. So I'm gonna say over and under 30 attempts. Sheriff, if you could put that in there. The wheel. I set the wheel up. I started stream at 3:40 p.m. today. And I finished setting the wheel up at 2 p.m. And then I went and took a shower. So this whole thing was thrown together at the last minute. And this wasn't... This wasn't very thoroughly tested. Thank you, Ultimo. It's not it's lemon. Hey, thank you. All right. I like how I went back to bed multiple times after I left. What's going on there? I am back for real. All right. Bat Crit is a Castlevania 1 challenge. It is frame perfect. The slice of mystery, we have to land on it. Yeah, redo the prediction, actually, if you don't mind. Castlevania. Maybe you've heard of this one. So... Oh, that's way too loud. Sorry. The bat at the end of this stage, there's a way to kill it in a single hit, and it is frame perfect. You need to hit it the same frame. No, I didn't, because I didn't swear I wouldn't. You need to hit it the same frame that it hits you. Oh, I missed the jump. Dumb. $130 tries? Did I say 130? I meant 30. I could have said it. You heard 30? Yeah, okay. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. Whoops, please jump. Hey, I got the bat. 8 Eyes. Yeah, this is an 8 Eyes ripoff. All right, I don't quite know how to set this up, so I'm just gonna put the save state back here. I believe you do something like this. As soon as this is on screen, you fire one axe, you walk up here, and then here. Wait, people haven't had time to vote. Oh my god. Sheriff, you realize you made the second vote voting for me and not against me again, right? Yeah, refund it again. Make it... Nah, make it Will Dot get this in under 31 tries. Yes, no. Because most of the predictions have been voting blue is voting for my success. Your pal's got an itchy elbow. All right. Polyhead, hello. How are you? How's it going? Yeah, success usually is the first option. This trick's hard. I see a lot of points under yes. I just kind of want to remind you, I'm good at Castlevania. I'm not good at Castlevania speed running. It's not the same thing. This trick's tough. This one time I was playing this, and as I was walking up to the bat, someone was like, hey, Doc, can you do the bat crit? And I was like, I don't know. And then I just did it first try. So, like, there is precedent, but please be responsible. Hey there, Marks. All right, the prediction's good to go, right? That's one failed attempt. Two. Three. 4. It manipulates the bat's, like, movement. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. I can count. 11. 12. That's another one in the books. I didn't even remember to start the timer. Oh, man. It's a 1-frame trick, though, Polyhead, and I didn't remember the setup. So... I'm gonna show you another trick, since you guys have been very understanding. The fact that I, like... the fact that I picked a bunch of challenges that I thought would be really tough, and now I'm on 11 of them done. I'm gonna show you something. Stop me if you've heard this one before, but there's a crown in this room. There's a tiara. All right. If you pick that tiara up, you get 2,000 points. Now you might think I need to go down those stairs to get it, because it despawns really fast. But no, my friend. Listen closely and pay attention to my score. How did I get that? We'll never know. We will never know. Yeah, that's the free space, is me explaining the crown. It's a mystery. To make the crown a bingo spot, yeah, maybe. All right, guys, back to the wheel, which I promise you was readable at one point. But I messed it up. I messed it up. I just got tired of re-rolling for everything. Yeah, Beorept. Oh, we might be able to get all these trophies today. Because I usually stream for like 8 hours on Sunday. Although I started pretty late, so I might not today. Do not land on back crit, I swear. Oh. All right, fast air. Fast air is one of the really hard ones. This is just, can I do it at all? I have 1 hour. So I'm already gonna tell you that. This one's really tough. Fast air I've never done before. Yes, it is a Mega Man 2 thing. And it's very hard. Yeah, can I do this at all in 1 hour? Is this gonna be loud? Yes. Mega Man 2 is pretty loud, huh? Slow air also exists. I use fast air to make my pizza rolls. As well as heat. Hey, thanks for following. Honestly, Duke, I'm gonna try to find a way to open up public suggestions, and then I'll just go through them every once in a while. Yeah, fast air. Can I do it at all? Hey, thanks, Soul Stuff. This one may end up requiring a tutorial. I'll show you the room like normal first. I am so sick of this song. I never need to hear it again. A1, E3, C3. Whoops. E3, C5. E1, B2. E1. Oh, what am I missing? A1, E3. B3, C5. B4. All right, so we're set up incorrectly. It's fine, it'll work. This is not the right password. But you can revisit stages in this game, so it's fine. You can't revisit stages in this game, so I need to go to a password generator. Mega Man 2 password generator. Okay. Choose which Robot Masters to already have defeated. So it's Flash, then Heat. Then where do they go after that? They don't go straight from Heat to Air, do they? I think. That doesn't really matter. I have a new password. A1, B2, E2, C1, B2, E1, C4, B5. What did I miss? I always miss something. A1, D2, C3. Password error. Nope, we're good. Okay, so normally, when you do this room, the first room of Airman, it's pretty tough, as is. Yeah, I mean, I know how to do this, Emily. I was just saying, like, where would they be in a speed run? All right. It's after this guy here. You have to wait on these floating platforms. You can probably imagine that if you're speedrunning, this is really, really slow. Fast air is a way to not have to do this. Yeah, I've never done it before, Altazaneth. I have no idea how hard it is. I'm not trying it yet, X. You got that? So if you want to go faster, there is another way. Whoops. Wow, that's a weird menu. Whoops. You do some kind of shit like this, right? It looks like that. So we're gonna look up a video to explain how to do it. It's nuts. This is like one of the coolest. No, this isn't a zip. This is one of the coolest speedrunning things ever. Mega Man 2 is like an iconic speed game, and I think this room is a big part of why, to me personally. So, Cool Kid. No. Fast at CC Mega Man 2. Does he have one on YouTube? I think Fast doesn't do like all super fast strats in his runs of the non-3 games. He might do the really fast air, which is not a requirement. Cool Kids is too fast. There is a harder version of fast air that is really fast. And then there's one that's like a few frames slower. So I'm gonna do that. Hey there, God of Knockers, how are you? All right, so I'm gonna show you. This is the run I'm using as a reference. All right. I didn't I didn't retain any of that. Good start. Oh, that was way too early. Whoops. Sort of, yeah. Let me, I did another challenge like this earlier, and it was the hardest one so far. I'm pretty confident in this one, though. Okay, so he does do the flash, like, right after he takes the first jump. Hey, Twin Tail Nami, thank you for the raid. So the tricky part, really, is the jump up to the first... Oh, that's clever. That looks hard. What were you up to, Nami? Oops. That wasn't right. Oh, Galavan, that's cool. Oh, right. Whoops. That's really tough to not run into that. That was closer. That was closer. This isn't hard enough. This isn't hard enough. I hope everybody voted for me. Whoops. All right, well, that was kind of disappointing. So fast air is easy. But now we know that. All right. Now we know. You have to trust me though. The real way to do the trick is like really hard because they don't go to flash at all. First of all, so they like use a bunch of these to skip these horns. I don't like know how to do it. It's precise. And then they take fewer damage boosts. I think every version of the trick damage boosts off this guy unless they like happen to hit this really precise wiggle to despawn him. And then that guy you can avoid hitting, I think. But yeah, well, it took under 7 minutes. It's kind of a downer. All right, so we obviously need way harder, way harder tricks for these. The hardest gaming challenge so far today. Let me fix the wheel and I'll show you. Just a sec. Just a sec. The colors are gonna be all messed up, but it's fine. We'll live with it. God, this song is good. The hardest one that I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question. I'm gonna show you what's on the wheel, except I forgot to save my settings. The colors are gonna be messed up. We're just gonna have to live with that, and it's fine, but... So of these, the hardest one was Fast Albatos, I think. And the second hardest was... Ceiling Skip. Ceiling Skip being that damage boost in Castlevania, where you use the stopwatch to freeze the bat in a like specific position so you can damage boost onto the ceiling. The 30 frame lead in 4 times in a row? Absolutely not. Are you trying to convince me to do like a Trojan thing or something? I mean, I could try it in the future. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just keep re-rolling this until we get one of the ones that we haven't already gotten. That is from Ninja Gaiden. There's a very famous damage boost in Ninja Gaiden. I think they named it that just because they liked Anchorman. Fast Albatos, we already did. Does the record do that, Duke? All right, we've already done Small Fire Mario. We're gonna be re-rolling this a lot. I hope you like TJ Combo's music. Yeah, Reptile would be fun. Oh! Oh! Hey, Soul Stuff, it hurt us. Beat Reptile. All right, does anybody remember how to get to him? Do I have to look this up? I could, yeah. Prediction, can I do it at all? Yes, like tell me how to unlock or how to get to Reptile. This is in Mortal Kombat 1. And if it matters, it's the Super Nintendo version, which I know. Thank you, Ultimo. I know that the Super Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat is really messed up, but he's in the SNES version. Is it double flawless without blocking with the fatality in the pit stage? Prediction time is 5 minutes. Can I beat Reptile? I have 1 hour to do it. How good am I on MK games? I don't remember anything about them. There's a reason I'm doing the Super Nintendo one. No block, okay. Something going across. Oh, okay. So it's gonna be a little bit before I can get. Are you sure about the silhouette flying past the moon? Is that true in the Super Nintendo version? SNES Mortal Kombat Get to Reptile. There is no shadow that goes by the moon in the Super NES port, so shadows are not required. All right. It's Mortal Kombat time. I have never played a Mortal Kombat game on stream. Programmed by Sculptured Software. I thought that was so fucking hype when I was a kid. God, that logo looks so realistic. That logo looks so realistic. I want to see that again. Look at that logo, dude. What are the controls even? Yeah, the SNES version is. Yeah, the SNES version does not play right. Whoops. Start. Yeah, we had this one at our laser tag place. And this game is quiet. But they would also play that Mortal Kombat CD. All right. I don't remember Scorpion's moves at all. Oh my god, the character select screen is laggy. Hey Ren, thanks so much for the raid. The character select screen is laggy. How did they mess that up? Here we go. Hey, thanks for the follow. Can you buffer normals in this? Oh my god, there's a block button. Oh, this is so fucking weird. Oh no, I forgot Mortal Kombat's weird. Thanks for the follow. How do you sweep? Oh, the SNES version plays so poorly. Go to hell, Sheriff. The hard part about Mortal Kombat to me, no, I don't want to try the Genesis one. The hard part about Mortal Kombat to me is is having a block button. I am like conditioned to hold down back all the time when I believe I need to block. The arcade version is like responsive and stuff. I think the AI is like less unfair on the arcade version. Hey, you gotta have an open mind about it. There's something to like there. Low kick, high kick. All right, that's the move. Yeah, I do remember that. Is it this? This is it. I found this. I sent this to Nintendo Power, but I don't know if they ever printed it in classified information. No, Emily. This isn't quite it. Am I doing the wrong kick, maybe? Yeah, so if you do this right, they glitch out. They completely stop animating, and then like their AI deactivates, and they just sit there and do nothing. No, not fucking Kano. Oh, man. I've just figured it out when I was a kid. Slushy cat. When I was this size, I figured it out. Because obviously kids are going to like jump attack all the time, right? So... There. I broke him. I have no idea why this works. I'm also not sure why he broke out of it. But... There. There's like more to it than that, but like that's how the setup works. If they decide they're gonna block your jumping attacks and you just do them over their head like this. I got it. I don't know why this works. Okay, now I know why Nintendo Power never printed this. Because they were like, this is obviously fake. Because it's like hard to do.
Scorpion wins.
That counts as a flawless. Okay, yeah.
Fight.
You see where I'm going with this idea? Do you see where I'm going with this idea? The tricky part of this was remembering this bug that I found when I was a kid. Oh, surely this is documented. Surely I'm not like literally the only person on Earth who knows about this other than my brother. Take home breadsticks. Double flawless, baby. I thought it was hard. Oh. Shit. Damn, I had it and I dropped it.
Scorpion wins. Fight.
Yeah, I got a double flawless on the first guy. Yeah, we need to figure out what causes this. Oh. Do you get the chance to fatality if you get a double flawless? I have to actually kill it on that second round. Yeah. It shouldn't be that hard. Where do you stand? There. I didn't even hit that block button, man. I just did it.
Scorpion wins.
Yeah, I assume that's what it is, right? The computer is like just lost as to which side I'm on.
Fight.
Oh my god, I was doing the wrong input. Whoops. I wasn't blocking.
Wins. Fight.
Yeah, it's not even turning around to face me, dude. It is so lost. How do you sweep? Is it down in both kicks or something? Object permanence. I mean, he's looking right at me. Back and low kick? Oh my god, why is it back? Wink. What on earth, dude? This game is so fucking weird.
Scorpion wins. Fight.
Oh, the guy in Highlander. What's that guy's name? Christopher Lambert? Yeah.
Accident.
I love Highlander 1 so much. I've never played Highlander. Played? You don't play movies, Dot. I've never watched Highlander 2. Oh, how does this work? Oh, not like that. What was I supposed to mash? True, you could play them in a video play. You saved me, Slushy Cat. Have you ever seen the Planet Zeist cut? Oh, it's on. True. True.
Wins.
Oh, there's a Highlander Jaguar game. Damn, Liu Kang messes you up.
Liu Kang wins. Scorpion.
Boom. Dude, I love the Mortal Kombat music. Ah, what? I only got one shot? Why did it move on to this stage? Excuse me? Oh, they loop, okay.
Liu Kang wins. Fight.
Don't forget, beating Reptile is hard. It's not enough to get there.
Scorpion.
Okay. I feel like I should have done this on an easier opponent then.
Liu Kang wins. Fight.
God, that skeleton is so realistic, dude. Liu Kang, will you quit playing around?
Liu Kang wins.
He's just roughhousing.
Scorpion.
Like, that skeleton looked like photorealistic to me on my like TV when I was a kid, you know? Even today, it looks pretty damn good. I assume it's like a redrawn photo or something. Wait, maybe I should try to beat Liu Kang, actually. Oh, he's broken.
Liu Kang wins.
No, he looks good. Right now it looks, well, the player sprites honestly always looked kind of messed up to me. Okay, yeah, I'm starting over. I'm gonna get to Raiden or something, and I'm going to loop the stages on him, so I get the pit with him as the opponent. Yeah, I kind of want to see the arcade version. You used to be able to get that cabinet for cheap. It's kind of expensive these days, I think. Yeah, like, I don't know what.
Scorpion.
I don't know why it was so much easier against him. All right. True. Should I do this against Sub-Zero? Yes.
Sub-Zero wins.
Yeah, I gave him the Three Stooges.
Fight.
Yeah, there you go. Nice fatality, Sub-Zero. Dunk. I like how, like, when you first pick the guys, they cycle through their stance really fast for some reason. A lot of people probably just cannot remember a time when this sort of content was, like, shocking, right? Sephisai.
Sub-Zero wins.
I remember thinking that the fatalities in MK2 were, like, really impressive. Like, they were, like, kind of gross and, like, kind of scary to me, but
Sub-Zero wins.
yeah, I do. Vaguely. The MK11 fatalities are like too much for me. I know some people are into that kind of stuff. That's fine, I guess. I'm just checking that this even works. Like, I feel like I can just hold upright at the beginning of the round and it'll like always work.
Sub-Zero wins.
So, can I attack on the way over? I think Sub-Zero might be too easy. Because I need him to try and fail to block 3 times. But the early AI doesn't even think to block a lot of the time. Yeah, that's how I feel. Like that is not an ethical thing to do to your employees.
Scorpion wins.
Tattoo Assassins did it right. I played that piece of crap. No, I fucked it up. There.
Excellent. Scorpion wins.
Now it's Liu Kang, but maybe the issue wasn't that he was Liu Kang, but that he was the like 4th opponent. He needs to win this one, so. I really think the trick might be get to Raiden.
Liu Kang
You know?
wins.
Because I don't think it's as simple as like the enemies get harder as they go on. I think
Excellent.
I think there's more to the AI than you're thinking, Emily. You like that pose?
Wins. Fight.
Oh no, I broke him out of it. Son of a fuck. Scorpion. Lost soul. Bent on revenge. Was that D&B? Who's this announcer? Like who's the actor? Not the character. Ed Boon. Man, he's good at this. Did he ever do like just voiceover work? This is like a classic 90s video gaming thing. Time's up.
Scorpion wins.
I like how Shang Tsung is impressed with what he just witnessed.
Fight.
Hey, they totally do. Whoops. Oh. I think the third opponent is going to be just likely enough to block and just unlikely enough to like actually do damage. We'll find out. I think this works. Who was it, Chubo?
Sonya wins. Fight.
Oh, okay.
Sonya wins.
Oh, all right. Scorpion's voice is pretty cool too.
Scorpion. Fight.
That's funny, Duke.
Sonya wins.
I saw that out of the corner of my eye when you first rated, but what was I in the middle of when you rated? Do you remember?
Finish him. Sonya wins.
Well, yeah, but which one? Not all of them are quite as
Scorpion.
downtime heavy as this one. Two more stages? 3. Oh, was it Fast Albatos? God, that one was fun. Man, that was fun, that one.
Sonya wins. Fight.
Oh, right after it, okay. Go back and watch Fast Albatos, Duke. It's good. It's called an albatross because it tosses bombs, by the way.
Wins.
But you can be wrong and call it the wrong thing if you want. Poor Duke. Why do you put up with me? Really? Yeah, because you can just skip the whole game. This is Reptile telling you how to meet him.
Fight. Sonya wins.
All right, we get another shot at this after she wins this one. Dark Souls has all that stuff. I like Dark Souls.
Sonya
You can also run past everything in Dark Souls. All right. Attempt what? 4?
Scorpion.
Here we go.
Fight.
I can't do that on SD to SNES. I hate lava walking. It's like my least favorite thing in video games. Did you know that? That's a weird thing about me. Fuck. No, it has to be on this stage.
Sonya wins. Scorpion.
Yep. That and quicksand.
Fight.
All right, I gotta get a bottle of water. Hang on.
Wins.
Thank you, Ultimo.
Fight.
Supermarkets. You did? Are you doing a bit, Duke, or did you really get stuck in quicksand? That sounds fucking terrifying.
Wins.
It sucked. I get it. Oh, you really did. Well, you made a pun out of it, though.
Fight. Sonya wins. Fight.
Oh my god, yeah, you don't want to empty jump after that. I don't want to do Sonya, I've decided. Look at those scary eyes in the background. I'm telling you, that skeleton.
Excellent. Scorpion wins. Fight.
Oh, don't jump. I'm getting the hang of this. Thank you, Sepasai.
Scorpion wins.
Alright, so what do I do? Oh. Holy shit, this is hard, dude. Oh, it's hard on SNES, I see. The screenshot. Can you buffer normals in this? Like, could I buffer low punch and harpoon? And would it work if so? Or is the hit stun not long enough for it to combo?
Scorpion.
The game or the trick I'm doing? Because I've never met anyone else who knows this trick. I told Nintendo Power about it.
Fight.
And, you know, my brother knew about it. No, why'd I do that?
Excellent.
Oh, did they?
Excellent. Excellent. Scorpion.
Is Raiden next or is it Kano? I don't want to fight Kano. All right, I better beat Kano.
Fight.
I got it. Like this.
Excellent.
He jumped into it, you dope.
Win. Fight.
I really liked playing Kano when I was a kid. I think I thought projectile or body projectile moves like Blanca Ball and stuff were like really good. Boom.
Scorpion wins.
All right, we have to hope that I can actually double flawless Raiden. Do you think that's why he has a shrimp-shaped projectile, Cloudy? I never really thought about that. Yeah, okay, I swear this is easier to do on Raiden for some reason.
Raiden wins. Fight.
Is this guy top tier in any of the Mortal Kombats? It's Raiden. They changed the spelling on the console versions because I think they were worried about like a copyright dispute.
Fight.
All right, that's one perfect. Raiden the GM. That's good. Hey Fausk, thank you. I'm glad that I get to document this glitch that I thought everybody knew about, but I'm starting to wonder. Yeah, it's not Dot Day Afternoon anymore, I suppose. Speaking of which, I'm like hungry again. I guess it's been kind of a while.
Excellent.
All right. One of the next 2 rounds needs to be a perfect. But it needs to be a real perfect, not a timer scam.
Fight.
All right, well.
Raiden wins.
Yeah.
Fight.
Ah, all right. We have to loop back to this stage.
Raiden wins.
Yeah.
Scorpion.
No. I don't know. I'd ask them why did you do that? Just doing Mad Libs here. Just doing Mad Libs here. I need a jump scare by a Sisu. Or like a crossword puzzle. Raiden, you...
Wins.
I love when the AI just chucks you around. Just picks you up and puts you down instead of
Scorpion.
actually bothering finishing you. I'm gonna laugh if it also can't be on this stage or like at this point in the progression, since it moves into the like mirror match after this.
Raiden wins. Fight.
Oh my gosh, my diagonal broke there. How did he block that? Here, kill me.
Raiden wins.
Thank you, Ultimo, by the way. Wink.
Fight. Raiden wins. Fight.
Weird, I couldn't get the harpoon to work for some reason. Is it high punch or low punch?
Scorpion. Fight.
The move I was just talking about? Yeah, I really think Raiden is the way to go.
Fight.
No?
Raiden wins.
I already did it.
Scorpion.
It's fine. Like I said. Is throw a guaranteed follow-up to sweep? Yeah, you didn't know about that? Well, you knew. You might have forgotten. But that looks guaranteed, man. Is that free?
Raiden wins.
I don't think it would be too useful for my purposes because I need a knockdown with a ton of frame advantage to set up the cross-up thing. Is it only SNES? Yeah, maybe Duke didn't know then. All right, here comes the pit. We need 2 perfects. Fucking. What? That's what we have to do.
Raiden wins. Fight.
Dot. Hey, Fausk. I mean, I know you were here already, but... All right, that's one perfect.
Scorpion wins.
I'm just gonna jump at the beginning and hope it works. Ah, phew. Ah, that's it.
Raiden wins.
I don't think I have time. Does it take 7 whole minutes to get around to the pit again?
Scorpion. Fight. Raiden wins.
I can't believe this is gonna be the first failure. I thought we were gonna earn like 5 trophies, and I was gonna be like, yeah, 5 whole trophies, and it's 12. No, I can't save state.
Raiden wins.
I'm picking Kano because it's faster. I don't want to waste any time on the menu. I don't think I have time, right? That was about a full minute. Oh, you get different opponents if you pick different guys. Wait, Liu Kang wins really fast, so I should pick Kano here. That might be what gave me like one more attempt. Unless it's permanently Liu Kang. Because that was only like 30 seconds. Yeah, because Liu Kang will just do that. Which one of these guys is always going to the Galloping Ghost? That's Johnny Cage, right? Yeah, which it might not. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Sheriff. I'm stretching all right. Well, he doesn't frequent it. I think he just like shows up for events sometimes. I think it's Johnny Cage. It's one of the Mortal Kombat guys. Goes to the Ghost now and then. I don't know. I don't know who did and didn't get fired. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, the master, Daniel Pesina. Who is that? Yeah, the mocap actor.
Kano.
That's Johnny Cage. All right, cool. That's his business. It's not my business whether he got fired.
Liu Kang wins.
Look how much faster this is than Scorpion. I should have done this a while ago. All right, the pit's coming up. Really, that's cool.
Liu Kang.
Oh fuck! The menu's so laggy I couldn't pick Scorpion. I don't even know who this is gonna be. Raiden. All right, we're good.
Fight. Raiden wins. Fight.
Oh shit! No, look it up. Also, you have to look it up on Super Nintendo. Don't you want to block Raiden? Counterclockwise? What? Do you hold block? Look up. Can you look it up in GameFAQs?
Excellent.
I know, but it's safer to do it this way.
Fight.
That's all she wrote. I still want to see real quick if I get to... Whoops. Forward, forward, back button B. Okay. No, I had it. I ruined it. Time's up.
Liu Kang wins.
Yeah. Oh, that's Game Boy. All right. That's the first failure of the day. Who knew Raiden would be the run killer? Well, the real run killer was the menu. So I accidentally picked Liu Kang because, like, this whole fucking version is so messed up. That's the only one going back in the pool of potential challenges. That's kind of wild to think. I thought a lot of these weren't happening. All right, back to the wheel. Back to the wheel. I have one more challenge in me. I'm so sorry. Let's spin that wheel. Back down to 3 digits. I'm so sorry, Slushy Cat. The wheel's got a sense of humor. I think technically that would be eligible, but I don't want to do it. Oh, did you? Okay. Already did jump the flagpole. That's funny. There were SNES backs for it on that site for sure. We already did Bat Crit. We could just call it on challenges tonight. Just chat, and I can play Castlevania. You guys want to see Castlevania 1? Because it's just going to keep giving me this. You're okay with that? Wink. Well, I don't know that. What did you think of the pilot of the Gamer Trophy stream? Climb the castle. All right. I don't want to do this. We'll come back to this. We're going to have to get the question marks one the next time I do this kind of stream, /ecat. I want to do this more. I think this is fun. Yeah, you missed some of the really cool ones, Minion Man, but on the other hand, you did get to see me jump over the Mortal Kombat AI for an hour straight. Dude, the O to TLVL. That doesn't really work. Oh, well, you love this format. I'm so glad to hear that. What do you think? We could just call it here. We could be like, that was a productive day of gaming and we're done. Oh, is this the one where yeah, the positioning got screwed up. Long story. Yeah, it does. Probably they wanted to title it something that like made it sound like, oh, I have a Genesis and a Super NES, but this is the one I want to buy. Because the Genesis one had a blood code. So, no one got a bingo. This is not what I was expecting. That's what we have to do. We have to get the whole bingo list. Did I put that in rules and information? I think I did. No. Did I pin it? No. Stream planning? It's in stream planning. All right. There are 51. Get your bingo cards open. The ship on the shelf in this artwork? I have no idea. It's the Thunder Force ship, so whichever one that is. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pick at random. I want to see something. Hang on. Let's go to the gameplay scene real quick. If I quit live split. Look at that. 12 trophies. That's 12 gold trophies for the short. All right, here's what we're going to do. I have every possible square on the bingo. I'm going to roll random numbers that correspond to them or to spaces. I call it out. You highlight the space on your bingo card. As soon as bingo gets called, you have to let me know. You have to tag me. You ready? Random number generator. We're rolling 1d51. Number 13. That is using guide to identify inanimate object. Number 30. I cannot recommend the Sayo, which is true. I cannot. I'm seeing it. 8 lives. Number 48. Neighbors making noise. Number 34. Anecdote about time in Japan. Number 29. The RetroTink or Mr. UI is visible. Number 18. How dare you? Number 14. Tangent about Japanese to English translation. Number 20. Jump scared by rare follow notification. Number 46. Audible food packaging. No one has bingo yet? Are you kidding? Number 7. Grubhub order canceled. Number 23. Forgetting to unmute. Number 26. Quote from a dot movie, like Troll 2, American Movie, or Ernest Films. Hey, Osakan, have a good night. Number 10. Rare follow notification triggers at least twice in a row. Number 7. Grubhub order canceled. Number 31. Rambling about hardware shit no one cares about. Number 23. Forgetting to unmute. All right, Slushy Cat. Slushy Cat got me first. You want to screenshot your board? And can you post it on... You can actually post it... We're filling in blanks because no one got a bingo. In like a 7-hour stream. It was the rambles about hardware shit that you needed, huh? Honestly, I would love to see just everybody's boards in general chat if you're on the Discord server. X, that's funny that you overrode my font. Oh, yeah, I think that might have happened to a lot of people. You needed the Gama Sutra talk, I see. So, Slushy Cat, I don't know if you were aware. The prize for being the first bingo winner is that you pick the next Platformageddon game. These are your options. Any of these. What's it going to be? And don't worry, you can still enter the raffles. This doesn't mark you as a previous winner. Super Star Wars. Oh, no. All right, let me add that real quick. That game is fucking hard. Good pick. Good pick. We actually have... I'll talk about this on Discord. But there's a problem that this introduces that needs to be solved, which is... well, at least 3 licensed games in a row. SNES, selected by Slushy Cat. Bingo. There we go. Year is 1992. I'll take vengeance on your behalf, Slushy Cat, even if it takes 5 streams. So, we'll have to figure out what to do about this, but basically, this is creating a backlog, and like, I already feel a little bad about like when you win the Platformageddon raffle, you pick the game after the next game. This will only make that problem worse, so I'm gonna come up with a way to fix that. But, congratulations, Slushy Cat. Maybe bingo needs to be tweaked. Maybe there need to be more easy spaces. We're gonna have to think about this. If you have any feedback on that, I'd actually not mind hearing it. Go to my Discord, and we'll talk about it there. But give me a second to order myself some food. Yeah, we need a bingo balance patch. Yeah, that's what I need to do. That's a good idea, Rachel. Slushy Cat got bingo, finally. Yeah, I mean, maybe we need easy spaces like that, right? That are just guaranteed to happen every single time. I don't know. But I have decided that I'm going to call it here. That was a fun stream. I've been going for 7 hours. We made my rent, which I can't thank you enough for that. I have to get my vaccine booster shot tomorrow. I don't know if I will having. I don't know if I will have any side effects, so I can't know for sure like what to plan around. I want to stream tomorrow night. I don't know if I will. We'll see. I got one for you. I had no side effects with either of the other shots, so I have pretty decent hopes that this is going to be fine, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to raid Voxandra, who's playing the Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster because I want to see it. Vox is a good friend of mine. I'm sure you guys all know her, but we're gonna go say hi to her. I hope to be back tomorrow. If I get vaccine side effects and I get knocked on my ass for a few days, we'll have to improvise. The plan is more Platformageddon, Final Fantasy III, and I don't know what else. But yeah, thank you for being patient with me through what was kind of a seat of the pants stream. I budgeted a lot of time to set this up, and then I spent all of that time playing Elden Ring instead, so yeah, the very same Neo Zero. So I will be back soon. I don't know precisely when, but yeah, everybody have a good night, and thank you. Have a good one. Goodbye. Woo! That's good. Have a good night.